Certifieds, go ahead and get them fly swatters out because there's a hell of a lot of dusty, rusty, always musty ass tethers. And you know that these dusty, rusty, always musty ass tethers be watching foundational Black Americans. They be in the chat, they be upset, they be hurt, they be wobbling because there ain't no damn choice about it. Foundational Black Americans run the yard, and we don't do that right there. Hail to the gnaw. All my regulators, it's time to mount up. Certified salute. Free Huey.
Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.
Goddamn tethers out here, got the fly swatter on deck, knocking them out, knocking them down all damn day long. Bring your fly swatter, I got mine, and we gonna swat these damn tethers the hell out the place. FBA all day, certified salute, knocking them down one tether at a time. All day, every day. You know what it is. Let's see who we got in the chat tonight, family. Bring your fly swatter. Let me know where your fly swatter is swatting, and I need you to show me right now, family. Roll call FBA all damn day. What it do? City, town, state, region. Let everybody know who built this thing. Who run this thing? I know Michigan do. I already see Michigan. Michigan let it be known. Somerville, South Carolina, they said, yep, we built this thing. Another Michigan. Michigan taking full ownership of this foundational Black American thing. So is Atlanta. So is Milwaukee. Yes, indeed. I see the whole town. Dade County in the building. Chicago in the building. Las Vegas, Dallas, 508. Yes, indeed, 334. I see Kalamazoo, another Atlanta, Louisiana. I see Denver. Damn, we got Mississippi in the building early. Detroit's in here. Minneapolis is in here, and it ain't a tether. 617-504-718 Bronx, Cleveland in the building. Cincinnati in the building. LA's in the building. 904. I see Hartford, Connecticut, another Chicago, another Minneapolis, Minnesota, another Mississippi, Gulfport. I see Brooklyn in the place. Nevada's in the place. Detroit's in the place. Dallas in the place. We in the place. Heavy, early. Fam, let's go. Fam, listen, it's like this. We had one of the most viral broadcasts on Friday about this IShowSpeed Pan-African tour. And we the ones who blew off the lid that it's a Pan-African tour. And I see Colombia's in the building. I see you. I can't forget about you. No way. Charlotte's in the building. You already know. Pittsburgh. Family, let's make this clear. We had one of the biggest broadcasts out there, super viral. We had over 600 comments. And there was a lot of certified saying, hell no, this dude ain't one of us. And if he is one of us, he is a tether sympathizer. And if he's a tether sympathizer, then that means he can't come around in the paint. And fam, do you know they went so damn crazy that we did another broadcast just on Sunday? And on Sunday, man, they was in our chat heavy. They was doing all of that right there, fam. Shout out to the certifieds that was blocking them. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to everybody. I told the world that they be watching foundational Black Americans, and they got a terrible view. But guess what? They gonna get a great view of that damn fly swatter because it's all in your face. There it is. So what it is now, fam, is we've been on this delineation regulation tip, and they've thrown every single person out there to try to get us to, not be American. But you can't get us to not be American because we are the purest American. So now they're using IShowSpeed in this tour. And I'm the only one who's really breaking this down right now in all of media, how this is nothing more than a Pan-African tour. They're calling it IShowSpeed African Tour. No, this is an IShowSpeed Pan-African tour. Let me tell you what you're hearing. You're hearing that the natives are the original Americans. leaving us out. You're hearing that we're all just one big generic African. Not true. You're also hearing that we're some damn immigrants who run around here immigrating. Yep. And you're also hearing that we all's black brother come home. We want the Jareer and the Akata to come home. It's another cash grab. This ain't nothing different than the year of the return. And this is their version of it, trying to use somebody to counter delineation. But you can't counter delineation because it's the will of the people, y'all. So let me tell you like this. We're going to do some regulating. If you ain't about regulating, check out now. If you are about regulating, stand up, because we're going to go all the way down the line. We're going to go all the way across the globe, and we're going to show everybody that FBA flag waves high in the sky, and it's all eyes on us, if you heard about it. Let's go to work. Family, this is what they're trying to tell us right now, and this is how they're trying to play us. Speed African Tour, and these tethers are saying it's FBA's fault. Here we go.
I'm so glad Speed is doing this African tour, bro. Because after he's done, he's gonna reverse a lot of propaganda damage, the West did to the continent of Africa, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the same way, like people in America, black people in America, all everything you're seeing about Africa was basically depicted from certain areas where the poorest areas in your head. That's what you think about when you think about Africa. That's all you're seeing on TV. They ain't never going to show you what Speed is showing you, right? And like it's certain black American that don't want to be associated with Africa, which is cool, bro. But why you gotta bash it? Why you gotta be like discuss it like
30 seconds in, family, and it's done pivoted to black Americans. That's why I'm telling everybody black Americans responding today. Listen to this, fam. Automatically, it turns into black Americans don't delineate, be nice. We all's one big African Negroes. Come on home. These are the only people that'll tell you how stupid you are and then tell you how you need to come home, brother. They ain't even got their trolling correct. You feel me, family? You see how quick this turned into a black American thing? Why you bringing up black Americans? Why you bringing us up? We over here just standing on business, getting to the bag. Again, unsolicited, more people bringing up foundationals, and foundationals are responding.
Right? And like it's certain black American that don't want to be associated with Africa, which is cool, bro. But why you gotta bash it? Why you gotta be like discuss it like, ew, Africa? I'm not from Africa, bro. My people not from Africa. You ain't gotta be from there, bro. Not everybody's African. But why you gotta bash it? If a nigga say you from Europe or some other country, you're not gonna get disgusted after that. You ain't gonna say,
what? Look at this dude's face, fam. Look at this guy. This dude done fell off the tree, hit every branch, and you know what tree I'm talking about. It ain't the good-looking one. Listen to this man. Out of nowhere, he goes into, y'all black Americans don't want to be us, and y'all black Americans is upset and talking bad. And then notice, fam, how quick they throw around the N-word. I believe my sister Natural said one time, they always overemphasize the N-word. Why are you saying the N-word? Fam, this man talking about FBA throwing us down completely under the bus, which is cool because we don't want to be on their bus. And now he's sitting there trying to tell foundational black Americans that we need to quit bashing Africa.
Africa, bro. My people not from Africa. You ain't gotta be from there, bro. Not everybody's African. But why you gotta bash it? If a nigga say you from Europe or some other country, you're not gonna be disgusted after that. You ain't gonna say, ew, Europe. Why you dick riding at white people, man? You hate yourself, bro. You look at yourself, your skin black. You hate yourself, bro. That's why, man. Like you ain't gotta be from Africa, bro. Why is there gotta be a negative connotation right after that statement? You feel me? It's something in you, for a fact.
Wait. Boy, y'all heard that busted, broken, bootleg ass, you feel me? Black Americans don't talk like that. Why are you talking about black Americans and trying to use our slang? That was the most dusty ass, you feel me? His you feel me needs some damn deodorant, okay? How the hell your words need deodorant? Fam, these are the only people on the planet Earth in the history of life that needs deodorant. Somebody get this man some foo-foo musk. Somebody get this man some foo-foo musk, because I can hear what he's saying, but I smell it first. Hell no. You feels me? What, do you know what that feels me? No, man? Mine feels mine, man, knew what fuzz was? No, I don't know what the hell you talking about. Hell no, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't use your feel me. Y'all don't talk like that. Talk your foo-foo language, bruh. Don't talk FBA.
You hate yourself, bruh. You look at yourself, your skin black. You hate yourself, bruh. That's why, man. Like, you ain't gotta be from Africa, bro. Why is there gotta be a negative connotation right after that statement? You feel me? Statement. You feel me? You feel me? It's something in you, you know for a fact. Like,
boy, I hate tethers who got fake Southern accents. Man, I can't stand a damn person from East Side Zimbabwe making it sound like he from East Atlanta. You ain't from no damn Atlanta, partner. You're feeling it. You're trusting my sneeze. The only thing you feeling is that damn bamboo stick on the back of your damn neck. You ain't feeling deodorant. You ain't feeling money. You ain't feeling a woman unless it's a hyena. But you ain't feeling nothing, homeboy. Don't use no damn Black American vernacular while you disrespecting Black Americans, Mr. Joloff.
After that statement. You feel me? It's something in you, you know for a fact. Like, you don't like yourself to the fact where, like, you fighting. That's why you're fighting yourself. You got an identity crisis, bro. That's why you fighting so hard not to be associated with Africa, bro. That's what it is, bro. No, I get it, bro. Not every Black American, probably not from Africa, but why those people always gotta bash Africa just because you're not from there? What? I never understood that, bro.
Man, if you don't get them weak ass bruhs, your feels me's, your herds, man, listen, this is what we talking about, okay? This is what we saying, family. The jig is up. Time is up. It's a wrap. I don't give a damn what streamer you try to go get. I don't give a damn what actor, actress, all of them is trash and washed up to us anyway. You ain't stopping this FBA movement. I don't give a damn what you do. I don't give a damn how many TikTok videos. I don't give a damn how much social media posts. You are still a tether, and tether's got to go. Tether's got to go, and G up, we gonna regulate in the process. That is what is happening right now in the United States. Fam, this is all contrived. This is all contrived. This is why I tell everybody, this is Black Americans responding. That's why we set this thing off with all my certified foundational Black Americans. Because what I'm seeing is a hell of a lot of tethers in this whole situation, and they run into the internet, but you ain't really seeing nobody really stand up and put the flag in the ground and be like, no. This our time. This our moment. This is all about us. Well, Black Alpha gonna do so. And I'm gonna let it be known now. I want y'all to see here how they're using this immediately as a situation to where they can try to throw a crowbar inside of delineation. That's what they're doing with this whole IShowSpeed's situation. We broke it down on Friday. By Sunday, they had all them travel ban trolls. Fam, who do you think them travel ban trolls were coming in here about? Who do you think they was coming in here for? Anybody who missed the broadcast on Sunday, I'm telling you, they had to been in here 1,000 deep, and it was coordinated. Yep. And why was it that way, fam? Because they was like, them certifieds done got hip to our hustle. Them certifieds know this scam. They're trying to make it look like IShowSpeed is healing a relationship that we had with Africa. This is the same thing James Smalls did, okay? They make it look like Black Americans and Africans had this great relationship until FBA showed up and messed the whole thing up. That's not true. That's not the case. And we ain't standing for that. They try to make it look like the diaspora has been this unified unit until Black Americans showed up. And, our bad energy just twisted the whole thing. How many of y'all heard Tariq Space the other night? And that guy, he might have been Haitian, I think. And he called in and he was telling Tariq, we can't get nothing from the white man until you Black Americans calm down. How many of y'all heard that? I heard, my mama heard it. My mama heard it and was laughing. Okay. How many of y'all heard that? What Tariq said, he was shaking his head. I can hear him shaking his head. Tariq is like, family, this is what they want us to connect with. This is who we supposed to unify with. How many of y'all heard that? Dude literally told Tariq that Black people can't get nothing because Black Americans won't calm down. That man get all the tether wars, fam. I thought that we done classified some people as the biggest tether on earth. That guy on Tariq's broadcast, can't nothing save him. I ain't never heard tetherism that bad. He was on this thing, calm down. We can't get it because you guys won't calm down. Then he was like really trying to break it down. He meant it. He really meant it, y'all. Like he was really on it. He was trying to explain himself, fam. These people ain't making it up. They really feel that way. They really love W's. They love them a big old jar of mayo and a big old jar of Miracle Whip. The love is real. And the hatred towards us is just as real. Trust me when I tell y'all. You can't connect with these folks, that mentality, and don't let the people with that mentality who possess it come over here and then try to tell us we got an identity crisis. So Black Americans have an identity crisis to these individuals. Well, Black Americans aren't running around here doing that right there. I had to hit y'all. You already know the dark knuckle community is trying to lecture us what's going on the planet Earth. And let me tell you what's even worse. The dark knuckle community now is trying to tell foundational Black Americans that IShowSpeed is our new ambassador. Question to y'all. Does your ambassador look like that? And by the way, family, that was How to Suck a Banana video by IShowSpeed. The new ambassador for Black America, according to all of the dusty tethers. Let's go.
Like, when you really think about it, it's lucky just being an ambassador. Just going to different countries and introducing Black Americans to the world. Like, reintroducing Black Americans to the world, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's an ambassador for America, but if we're really being real, it's low-key more of an ambassador for Black Americans.
What?
Low-key. Black Americans. More of an ambassador for Black Americans.
Freeze! Fam, you knew I wasn't going to let Mr. Ugmo sit there and say that right there without addressing it. Is IShow y'all Black American ambassador? Is IShow gonna get Black Americans reparations, family? I need to know. Mr. Ugmo said it. Don't be mad at foundational Black Americans for talking that talk. Is that right there the ambassador of Black America, everybody? I need to know something. Somebody got to tell me, talk to me. Let's keep it all the way live because they're telling us right there that that is our ambassador. He gonna get foundational Black Americans to the promised land, according to the tethers. This is what the tethers said. This is what all the tethers is out there talking. He said that is the ambassador to Black America. Fam, this is real. This is why we here, and this is why I'm saying foundational Black Americans are responding. Stand up.
Ambassador for America, but if we're really being real, it's low-key more of an ambassador for Black Americans. Low-key. Black Americans. More of an ambassador for Black Americans. Low-key.
Yeah.
Zane Davis is a South African sevens player.
You a seven?
I'll give you the dose.
He's gonna teach.
Yo, I'm so glad Speed is doing this African tour.
There you go, family. He's so glad that Speed is doing the African tour. You see what we're talking about? You see how we living out here, fam? Immediately, they were running to social media and they're pushing this narrative that IShowSpeed basically ended delineation. Basically, I'm going to tell you what's said. Fam, I told everybody, we got the thumb on the pulse of everything. If it go down, foundational Black American certified is going to be on the front line. What they're saying now is that IShowSpeed has solved and he has healed all of the trauma that goes on with Black Americans. They're saying that he healed us, not them. No, notice, fam, nobody's talking about Africa getting healed. No, they're getting a green light like they always do. Come on here and throw Black Americans under the bus, throw darts at us, disrespect us, insult us, say everything you want. And he's not healing them. They're saying that he's coming over here as the new ambassador and he's going to make all the babies step away from FBA. This is what they're doing. They're trying to make it look like now he's going to be the person who brings Africa into the new century. And he's going to do it by basically getting those evil, mean, foundational Black Americans off the case. That's what they're saying. And fam, they rolling them out too. They rolling them out. You know it wouldn't be one of those situations unless it was followed by what? Fam, let me go down the list. Let's go down the line. Y'all know how we do. Question to my certified foundational Black Americans. Whenever they do something like that and they start talking about IShowSpeed is our new ambassador, he's going to put it into evil FBA, who had all these terrible things to say about Africa. What do they usually follow that up by, y'all? They usually follow that up by, we need to leave America, right? You don't have a tether trying to crowbar himself out of our delineation without hearing somebody pop up and say, we need to go back to Africa. Fam, here you go. Now here come the calls for unity. It was the insults. Now it's, we all need to get together. Watch this.
Listen, bro, this is probably one of the most important videos I will ever make. With the U.S. taking over Venezuela yesterday and actively trying to secure dominance over the Western Hemisphere, with Russia actively trying to annex Ukraine and China looking to take back Taiwan, We as Black people across the globe, regardless of how you identify yourself throughout the diaspora, need to come together and have a serious conversation sooner rather than later about where the fuck do we fit into this new multipolar world that is developing in front of our eyes.
Where do you fit in? Black Americans. I told this about us today. This is about us today, baby. Hey, they had their moment. They ran the TikTok. They was sweating. They was out here mad and complaining. They made 152 FBA videos. Now it's our turn. Where do we fit in this new world? This new world of IShowSpeed and Joe Loft and supremacists is going to Venezuela, and we all is just shook up. Family, he wants to know, where do we fit in? Do we fit in Africa, y'all? Do we fit in Haiti? Do we fit in Jamaica? Or are we doing extra good fitting in right here in America? You decide.
Because regardless of how you feel about the US, Russia, or China, as it stands right now, they are the ones actively deciding the fate of humanity. And we can either continue to be pawns and laborers in their larger schemes and allow them to take over Africa and the Caribbean and use them as ways to renew their resources and empower their empires, or we can stand tall and take back our piece of the pie. Because regardless of how you feel about...
We living in our piece of the pie. This is what you ain't understand, homeboy. Half roster. We living in our piece of the pie. And matter of fact, our piece of the pie is the whole damn pie because we ain't interested in nothing else. Listen to this, fam. Notice it's always Black Americans go save Haiti. Black Americans go save Africa. Now, when you start talking about Sandra Bland, Rakia Boyd, Corinne Gaines, Jordan Davis, Arthur Sterling, Trayvon Martin, ain't nobody ever talking about coming over here and doing anything for us. Damn, Black Alpha, you coming with it like that? Damn right, coming in hot, turn it up. So how come everybody wants to talk about where we need to go help, but ain't nobody did a damn thing for us? Nah, we good over here on our own. We ain't saving nobody. Hell no.
They are the ones actively deciding the fate of humanity. And we can either continue to be pawns and laborers in their larger schemes and allow them to take over Africa and the Caribbean and use them as ways to renew their resources and empower their empires, or we can stand tall and take back our piece of the pie. Because regardless of how you feel about any three of those nations, regardless of your politics and where you stand, neither one of them has our best interests at heart. They will never.
No, boy, I'm cooking. Hey, let's go. Man, I was going to let it ride, but can't let it slide. Real quick, fam. Notice how he just said, regardless of this, regardless of this, regardless of that. No, damn that. I'm tired of the regardless. Regardless means forget about us. Regardless means damn reparations, damn our lineage, damn our welfare, damn our well-being, damn us just breathing. How come it's always regardless when it comes to FBA? Now, this guy's a Pan-African, but notice he ain't making that video talking to them. It's always us. I don't give a damn what they say. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a damn about your excuses. Keep them to your damn self. It's all about people coming to us. This has always been a one-sided affair. And everything they do is always Black Americans, where y'all money? Black Americans, how you get that much money? Black Americans, come back to Africa. Black Americans, come home. Black Americans, regardless of how you feel, regardless of your family, regardless of your ancestors. It's always regardless when it comes to us, but it's focused and specifying when it comes to them. It ain't like that no more. Family, this is a spiritual movement. Delineation is spiritual. How do you know it's spiritual? Because we got ancestors right now that we are in closer connection to than we've ever been. Why you think all of this stuff is going down in our favor? Fam, it's to the point where FBA, we can just throw our hands up, put our hands in our pocket and watch things go on. And everything that goes on is always going to lean to the side of FBA. I know they said, Martin Luther King said, history or life basically always leans towards justice. I say everything leans towards FBA. How about that? Much love and respect, but that's how it is right now today. Today, everything goes in our direction. So are we supposed to throw our ancestors to the curb regardless? Where does regardless stop? Does regardless go to regardless our ancestors, regardless these plantations that I see every single day when I'm going down the street, regardless of what we've been through? Let's go over there to people who don't have no regard for us. Funny, they have no regard for us, and it's regardless what we do. But yet they turn around and try to tell us how we need to do better. Damn that. New day and time, y'all. Enjoy it, live it, feel it, because it's here to stay. Family, this is what I mean when I say it's one-sided.
put our interests above their own. Do not be so foolish to think so. The easiest way to put it is that the US is the fire nation, Russia is the water nation, China is the earth kingdom, and we're the air nation. Are we going to just let ourselves get wiped out, or are we going to stand tall and separate ourselves from everyone else and let them know we not to be fucked with?
Man, if you don't get the hell out of here, always talking that loud talk, what you gonna do? Fam, go do it without us. How about that? Go do it without us. Just go do it without fam. If Pan-Africanism is this big thing, and it's the wave of the future, and IShowSpeed is y'all new president, then how come IShowSpeed and all y'all don't get together and build a nation and get your money up and come up with a military and take care of it? Simple as that. How come Pan-Africanism is so reliant upon Black American participation? Could it be that y'all need us, we don't need you? Remember what Black Alpha always says, fam. What pisses everybody off is that their destiny is tied into our participation in it. Our destiny is tied into our own participation in our own well-being and our own self. It's beautiful in life when your destiny is determined by you, not someone else. They need us. Remember this, y'all. This is why we roast. This is why we clown. That's why I'm about to pick up that damn fly swatter and swat a couple tethers because I know they'll be back. Let me tell you something. The best thing about life is that you control your own destiny. No one controls ours. And they need us for every single thing they do. Family getting bombed on right now. They need us. Okay. They running out of fufu and jollof over there. There's a fufu drought. They need us. They homelands is in ruins. They need money. They need us. So either they run into the World Bank or they run into the FBA Bank. But the FBA Bank is officially closed. Let me tell y'all, boom right there, y'all. This is how we standing on certified business. And certified business has a way of teaching everybody what they need to get taught ASAP. But how do you know that these individuals really want us to put down everything we've accomplished? Is simply because of this right here, family. Now they're running around here telling us, oh, you knew it was coming. They're saying that we need to stop calling ourselves FBA because we can get reparations under the moniker of African American. Every day there's a new play. A desperate person got a new tactic every day because if he doesn't, his ass is going to starve. Trust me, y'all. You know why we got an agenda and we stick to it? We ain't flip-flopping every time the wind blows. It's because we are solid, certified, and on business. We ain't got to flip up. Now they flipping up every day. I bet you ain't heard this one a week ago, but here it comes now. Now there's this whole movement at the same exact time. This IShowSpeed African tour is coming up. Okay, the same way that they're doing this tour right now with IShowSpeed all in Africa. They're saying he's the ambassador. They're saying he's healing generational trauma. Now they're also coming out here and they're saying we need to go by the name of African American because that's the only way we'll get reparations. Fam, you can't make it up, but you can regulate it. Look at this right here. This woman right here who looks like she needs about 352 pounds of Vaseline. She's telling us that FBA is bad, African American is good. This is what we say why delineation runs the yard.
Now, there's a reason that a large group of people within the ethnic group that is African American have decided to use another name for themselves. And they say that it encompasses all African Americans. However, not all African Americans share the political view of the people who find it necessary to change their name to FBA. See, I don't have the mentality that I need a new name assigned to myself and that the group needs a new name to protect reparations.
What?
That is
what? Fam, did you just hear that? This is why regulating's a 24/7 job. Did she just say that we don't need any type of specificity to get reparations? Specificity ain't gonna get us nowhere. Let me tell you, let me run it back. Being specific to your lineage, heritage, and culture, being specific to who you are is the exact thing that you need for reparations. She's saying we good under African American.
It's a mindset. It's not a lineage. It has everything to do with the idea that we need to differentiate ourselves as a group, because calling ourselves African American is not a protective measure. It's not a barrier against other people getting their hands on our reparations, right? So it's not just simply FBA or African American or FBA. People who intentionally have decided to stop calling themselves African American don't have the same worldview, don't look at the diaspora the same as people who identify as an FBA.
First off, did she just mess up? She lost me, fam. She dropped me off down the street. She dropped me all the way off. This is what happens when you babble and you need Vaseline. Okay, this is Vaseline-less battle. Okay, what the hell is she talking about, family?
American or FBA, people who intentionally have decided to stop calling themselves African American don't have the same worldview, don't look at the diaspora the same as people who identify as an FBA. So it is indeed a mindset. It has nothing to do with lineage. My family line is not your family line.
You damn right, because I'm thinking you a damn tether. This sound like, yeah, boy, I see you on the chat. I see the tether alerts. Yep, she in the car. She in the dark. Fam, we got a new one. Hold up. Wait one damn minute. Family. Whoa. Is she using a shadow to cover up her forehead? Fam, you know we done seen it all, right? We done seen bonnets. We done seen handkerchiefs. We done seen carpets. We done seen hats. Is she using the shadows to cover up her forehead? You know she sat there for about an hour and a half and said, how do I get this right to where the forehead don't show itself? You know damn well your ass is a tether. Why are you going so hard for African Americans? Notice that she's kicking that whole y'all are a group. It don't matter what you say about us. It's what we say. Remember that, y'all. It's always about an attitude. It's always about pride. Self-pride means power. It's what we say. FBA is a lineage by definition. Don't go back and forth with these people, fam. The time of telling them this is over. You got one goddamn time. FBA is a lineage. Anything you say to the contrary of that, you're going to get your ass lit up. That's just how we get down. And the fact that she says FBA don't speak for Black Americans, but she says African Americans do. Let me tell you something, Mrs. No Vaseline. Shout out to Ice Cube. I guess Ice Cube was talking about her with no Vaseline. Family, Black Americans never accepted the term African American. We've pulled up all types of charts in the show that African American was the least accepted term. African American is a weaponized term that was created by the United States government to try to reclassify us for the 17th time, to try to stop us the same way you're trying to stop us right now. What's the difference between African American in the 1980s to people of color right now? It's the same thing. I told you, they specifically come up with terms that are meant to divide FBA, not divide FBA from everybody else. Here's the main thing I'm going to tell y'all. This lie that Black Americans and Africans are supposed to unify and the CIA and the FBI is trying to stop that? No. All statistical evidentiary facts and solidified information and testimonies of personal hand-me-downs prove that they want to separate FBA from FBA because they understand FBA ain't African anyway. Why the hell would they want to try to separate us from something they know we're not a part of anyway? That's what we're talking about. And this is what she's trying to pull with this whole, we gonna get reparations for Africans. This is her cracking that door for Africans to get your money.
We don't come from the same ancestors. We don't come from the same ancestors. Me and other African Americans don't come from the same ancestors. You can play with the word lineage. You can play with the word bloodline, all y'all want to. And this is my last time responding to you.
We ain't playing with nothing. And you ain't in the position to talk about your last time. Homegirl, you got 29 likes on this. 29 likes. This broadcast had 50 people waiting on it this morning. You got 3 messages. They always trying to make it look like, I'm not going to say this no more now. You got one more time. You got 1 like. And it's probably you on your burner account. Ain't nobody giving a damn about tethers. Tethers ain't hot in this damn street. And you're right, we ain't got the same ancestors because you an African who's pretending to be an American. Big difference.
Because this is mindless. This is fucking pointless. You're being disingenuous. FBA has a certain political view when it comes to the diaspora. Not all African Americans share that mindset. So to try to superimpose a title that represents a particular political agenda, delineation, up on all African Americans, like I've said before over and over, it's the same mentality as niggas in the hood who gangbang and sell that white stuff or meth to people, claiming someone's little brother or sister just because they went to the same school as them. They grew up in the same neighborhood as them. So we all from the gang. No.
What? Did she just compare a lineage to a gang? Did she just say FBA or gangbangers, fam? I done heard it all. We went from a hate group. We was xenophobic. Now she's saying we the Crips and Bloods. She done tried to tie. She reaching. She reaching all damn day. Now she's trying to tell us that we, foundational Black Americans, are like a gang. Fam, this is the worst analogy I've ever heard. This is horrible. It's like the gang who little brother is on one side of the set and then the other brother's on the other side. They both are part of the same affiliation, but they're not the same nation. What the hell are you talking about? Fam, they done tethered themselves retarded. Promise you.
Oh, we're not all from the gang. The gang has different objectives than the rest of us. The gang has different objectives than that little boy and girl that's going to school to be a doctor or a lawyer. They don't prey on the community, right? So just as the gang doesn't represent the children that live in that neighborhood, or people, their peers that grew up in that same neighborhood with them, FBA doesn't represent my political standpoint. I love the diaspora. I love people from the Caribbean. I love people from Africa. I'm not interested in delineation to protect reparations.
And we are not interested in you, and we are definitely not interested in seeing you because you look like you need a half a pound of some Vaseline, okay? All right, matter of fact, more than that, okay? What I said earlier, about 300 pounds of it. Notice that, fam. She says that she's not interested in delineation, and she wants to represent African Americans. This is them trying to crack that door open. This is it, fam. Remember, you go ahead and have reparations under the classification of African American. Next thing you know, Elon Musk is going to get your reparations because he's an African American. So is Charisse Theron. She's going to get it. Do you see how we went and we got concise and precise and we broke everything down verbatim to a T so we can protect our reparations? Now here come these people trying to twist it and turn it. She's really mad that foundational Black Americans ran them folks hell up out of our reparations panels. Because remember, the tethers were sitting on them. All right. They're mad at delineation. They're mad. Fam, you're going to hear 100 different ways of saying the same thing. We upset at delineation. That's really what it's all about. And it's cool. Be upset with it. You're going to stay upset with it because foundational Black Americans, we know what time it is. But fam, let me also tell you what time we know it is. Fam, we know as foundational Black Americans that there's one time that's very, very important. I'm going to keep it all the way live. I'm going to keep it all the way real. I will not lie to you, family. We know as foundational Black Americans when things get real is when your lips start cracking. Okay, y'all know she had a seatbelt on with the cracking lips. Family, are we taking advice from somebody whose lips look like that? Are we, family? She looked like she got little people just jumping off her damn lips. Remember the damn Titanic movie when the Titanic was sinking and you seen people just diving off to get into the water? That's how her cracked lips is looking, family. I literally see little cracks of skin just jumping off, diving off, trying to get in the damn water, fam. Running the hell to get away from her. That's why she in the car with that damn seatbelt on. She got a seatbelt in the shadows, hating on FBA, and ain't enough Vaseline to save you. You know what? I apologize to all the Vaseline in the world. I actually thought, foolishly, that Vaseline could help this woman. No, it couldn't. No, it couldn't, family. Vaseline couldn't do none of this stuff. You're going to have to get some of that damn crude oil that Donald Trump just took from Venezuela. Hey, matter of fact, that's why she mad right now. She mad. She made that video. She said, they taking all the crude oil. What am I going to do with these lips? I'm not with crude oil or delineation. What's am I going to do with this? Your lips is cracking every time she talk. That stuff starts splitting in half. Get your lips together. Get your homeland together and stay the hell up out of mine. Certified FBANI said so. There you go. Fam, let me tell you something. Damn. I done told a lot of people to get their homeland together. I ain't never had to tell nobody to get their lips together. So I came here talking about no lotion. I guess no Vaseline and no crude oil. They need the goddamn whole oil refinery to get that right. Keep all your fake African American. Black folks, we ain't been with African American never, because we ain't never been Africans. It's all about FBA. It's all about delineation, and we gonna keep that airtight. I hope you don't think that in 2026 and beyond, we're gonna be sitting here negotiating. You take all that African American stuff and tell me how that work out, because I'm out here in these real streets, and your average brother or sister out here identifies with foundational Black American as a lineage, foundational Black American as a culture, ethnicity. None of that African American talk. So this is what we mean, fam, when these people are out here desperate as hell, trying to run all these games, looking like that right there. But you know the crazy thing is, fam, as we go down this list and we break it all the way down, fam. One thing right here. Okay, shout out to you. Your grandma from Hilltown, Pennsylvania. Shout out to you. Let me tell everybody like this, fam. Everybody knows where we step, we represent, okay? As my brother or sister right there just said, that Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, PA, that's where their grandparents, fam, we represent your grandparents every time you take a move, every time you take a step. Make sure you represent them in the right way. You don't represent an African because you're not an African, family. You don't represent a Jamaican or Haitian. You represent your lineage, heritage, and culture. When we step, fam, we step. I'm stepping right now for my grandparents, they grandparents, the future. See, the thing is, fam, they think if we put down FBA today, they can stop the fire of tomorrow. This is why they send out IShowSpeed. They want to go and get IShowSpeed so he can try to get the young people on board with this. We are all one big African, because they seeing that the young folks are really on some, we are FBA. Fam, that's the thing. The youth out here is kicking a real lineage-based movement. And that's what's got them scared. Oh, they scared because of us. Because I'm going to tell you right now, when grandma is 85 years old and she say she about delineation and she say she ain't no damn African, they scared of that. But man, the 80-year-old ain't the one. The 8-year-old is the one. And it's on us to bridge that gap. And we've been doing it. Y'all notice all that old young stuff don't work no more? All that man, woman, gender stuff don't float? Y'all notice that East Coast, West Coast, that don't go on? Y'all notice, right? The 80-year-old is talking like the 8-year-old. The 70-year-old is talking like the 7-year-old. And foundational Black Americans who are certified, fam, why? We stepping together as one and we shutting it down. So they trying to send out all of these people to influence the world. Fam, do y'all know they crying? They're crying. Fam, this is what they doing, y'all. They crying out here in the street. So I showed you Mr. Rasta Man, half Rasta. He said that we need to leave and go save Africa. I just showed you Mrs. No Vaseline needs some crude oil on her cracked lips. Just showed you her. She's running around here talking about some, she wants to be an African American and she don't like delineation. Now let me show you this man out here crying. He's crying, fam. They went into full propaganda mode. You thought the propaganda was just with Venezuela? No. Now you're seeing this also in Africa. They said IShowSpeed is changing the world.
Man, this whole time, bro, they made us fucking think Africa was such a poor country, bro. Such a place you wouldn't want to be at, bro. And Speed is single-handedly changing my perspective on life.
What?
Like the music in Africa, the culture, everything, every single aspect of Africa just makes my insides feel so good, bro. It makes me just want to leave America.
Pause. Makes his insides feel good. Man, you don't get the hell out of here with that one. Extra pause. Pause, don't unpause. Stay pause. I guess he over there doing that too, huh? Is that why? Is that why it feels good, partner? Yeah, go ahead and get your Skittles bag the hell up out of here. Quit crying.
Makes my insides feel so good, bro. It makes me just want to leave America. Bro, I feel like America is the trap. America is the trap. The American dream is the trap. Everybody else is free, but not free from America. America's the problem, bro.
What?
America's the fucking problem. And I'm ready to get the fuck out of here. Like, Speed, thank you, bro. Thank you. Man, this whole time.
Fam, do you see why we riding tonight? Do you see why we well represented tonight? Do you see why I said Black Americans got to respond and got to stand on it, fam? Yeah, dude, super zest monster. Now, what you want to do over there, huh? Yeah, exactly. Y'all notice that? Y'all see what I'm talking about? All that America's bad, that's anti-delineation. Family, family, family. Who's really keeping the lights on right now with America? Be honest with you. Who's kicking the most pro-American message more than foundational Black Americans? Foundational Black Americans are kicking the most pro-American vibe, energy, frequency, and message to the world. Everybody else right now is talking some real hateful things to the USA. Pan-Africans have always hated America. Every time they turn around, I hate America. This country ain't do nothing for us. Yep. Look at all the liberals. The liberals are running around here. What are they doing? They out here talking about something. This country ain't the same. I'm moving. Notice the anti-American message that is littered in all the people who are trying to get us to join them. Everybody who's trying to get Black Americans to join their cause have a very, very anti-American message with anti-American rhetoric. Us over here on the other side, we're talking about doing everything where? In America. It don't get more pro-American than foundational Black Americans, y'all. If you look right now, delineation, that is an American first agenda. When you start talking about economics, reparations, that is an American first agenda. Our agenda is littered with inside of these 50 states. Everybody else, they talking about they want to leave America. So I beg the question, who's more pro-American right now than foundational Black Americans? Nobody. If you notice, our community is standing on patriotism principles, but our patriotism is patriotism based on us. I said it in Washington, D.C. when I spoke at the rally for reparations. I said, when we wave any flag that has something to do with America, we ain't doing it why they do it. We're doing it for our own people. We're doing it for Tupac. We're doing it for Aretha Franklin. We're doing it for all the foundational Black Americans right here in the building, in the place. Everybody else, they just hating. So I want you to see the difference between where we're heading and where they're headed. FBA all damn day long. Absolutely. FBA and MAGA. MAGA is not a pro-American. MAGA's running around here doing all types of anti-Black American, anti-any damn body. There's nobody more anti-American than MAGA. So we're going to go ahead and put that on the table too. The left and the right, the Democrats and the conservatives, the Republicans, all their asses. They ain't got no pro-American message. What's their pro-American message? What, white supremacy? Again, foundational Black Americans are always the ones who are right and correct in the moment, and foundational Black Americans are always the one minding our own damn business. It don't get more American than us. So we're not going to have anybody come around and try to kick us with an anti-American message. Anti-Americanism, you seeing it every day. And what's pissing people off, they want you to not be American. See, when you're not American, you have no say-so in America. When you're not an American, what are you going to contribute? They're going to say, well, you ain't an American anyway. Notice all that go back to Africa stuff. White folks don't say that to us. White folks say that to the immigrants. All that, y'all's not real American. Go back to Africa. That stuff they used to kick in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, bet that stuff all stopped when we showed up. You see why they scared? You see why they upset? Delineation and regulating and standing on lineage business, we canceled all that Africa stuff. You ain't going to say nothing about Africa in regards to me. He ain't going to say nothing about Africa in regards to me. The white man ain't going to do it. The African man ain't going to do it. It's FBA and I say so season, all season long. And this is what's rocking the boat. Because when you can't say that we are Africans and we got to go home, now you got to bow down to us. I told everybody, when myself, personally, you may agree, let me know if you agree. When I start talking about being an American, I'm talking about foundational Black Americans are number one of one. I'll tell Mr. Mayo to take his ass home because I know where your ass came to. I know that y'all are immigrants and you showed up with a bunch of briefcases. Yeah, I know the immigration route for every single group that came to America, including all the W's. So what does that make me? A certified foundational Black American, and they can't shake it. And family, they do everything to try to shake it. And you see a lot of people coming out trying to get us off of our square. Did you see this video right here? Oh, y'all got to see this one, fam. Did you see these people coming out and they're trying again to push that IShowSpeed stuff on us? Do y'all know the people who want us to not be American the most? Who? Let me ask y'all a question. Who wants Black Americans to not be American the most? I'll just fast forward to it. Mexicans. See, Africans don't want us to be American, but they understand they still got to get over here. Mexicans start hitting you with all that. Nobody is free on stolen land. We the originals. Fam, do y'all know notorious Latinos that have made videos talking all this anti-Black American rhetoric? Do you know now they're suspiciously getting behind IShowSpeed? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm going to go there today, fam. You want to talk about receipts, fam? We got receipts for days. I done already showed you the roster said we need to leave. That moist man is crying saying we need to leave. Oh, girl needs some damn petrol oil for her lips. Now let me show you Mr. Burrito Man done showed up. And Mr. Burrito Man says he loves IShowSpeed. Wait. Hold on. Mr. Jorge Romero Estrada, who always has anti-Black American statements. He loves IShowSpeed. He said IShowSpeed is connecting Black folks. Why would a Mexican have some newfound interest in IShowSpeed and Black Americans? I asked that question to all of y'all. Taco Tuesday. Yep, Mr. Taco Tuesday. What is the reason behind Mexicans out of nowhere now taking an interest in IShowSpeed and Black Americans going back to Africa? Why? Why would they do that? Same exact reason everybody's doing what they do, to get us to put down the American flag. Let me tell you, if we put down the American flag, the first people that will pick it up will be Mr. Taco Tamale. Watch this right here, family. This guy says he's so happy about IShowSpeed waking Black Americans up. Here we go.
IShowSpeed's stream in Africa is healing generations of trauma for millions of people in America. Healing generations of trauma for millions of people in America. What IShowSpeed has done is monumental. Listen to me. IShowSpeed has done something so big that African Americans, seeing how he was accepted in the motherland, are brought back to tears, just tears, realizing that the people there in Africa love them more than they could ever imagine.
What? Hold up. Certified. You seeing it like I'm seeing it. Now you see why I say that we got to regulate all damn day long. I need my sisters to delineate, my brothers to delineate. I need the old folks to delineate, the middle folks to delineate. This guy now got some type of interest. Oh, the Black folks, they love being African. Don't y'all Black folk won't be African now? Because soon as you gone, I'm going to put up all my burrito trucks and taco trucks in your neighborhood. You see how all of the immigrants want us to not be American anymore? You see what I'm talking about, family? He know damn well this ain't something that concerns him. I know him personally because I done seen his videos, and he had all types of Black Americans need to come help the illegal immigrants this summer. He had anti-reparations videos. How come you anti-reparations, but you pro IShowSpeed? Told you, there is a long line of people who want us to put the flag down, including him.
Big that African Americans, seeing how he was accepted in the motherland, are brought back to tears, just tears, realizing that the people there in Africa love them more than they could ever imagine. People that have felt disenfranchised, like they don't belong neither here or there, could finally see a glimpse of hope, because IShowSpeed went and showed that Africa has a thriving people, loving, caring, normal people. That it's not all HUD, it's not all teepees, it's not all bows and arrows, and people actually care. It's definitely not how the West makes it out to be. And he showed a side of Africa on the rise, a powerhouse, the powerhouse it can become because of the people. He did something so huge that will reverberate for decades to come. Thank you, IShowSpeed. IShowSpeed.
Boy, he went full cheerleader, didn't he? Fam, was he even hiding his agenda? Was that even hidden? He was just going full out, wasn't he? Oh, thank you, IShow. You see what we're talking about? You see what I'm saying, fam? So now you got Latinos lying, trying to make it look like Black Americans are awoken now because of IShowSpeed. This is all one big play and hustle and scam. They're trying to make it look like IShowSpeed woke all of us up, like we all woke up and we said, damn, I hate America. Let me move to Africa. IShowSpeed is showing me the light. The average Black American didn't even know who the hell he was. I'm going to be honest with you. I ain't know who the hell he was until about a year ago. But you notice the play, IShowSpeed, he's talking all of that African stuff. Kai Sanat, remember he was running around here, kind of cosplaying us, found out he ain't one of us. What's that other dude, DDG or whatever? He's running around here talking about Nigeria is better than America. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, family. You see the same tactics because you're dealing with the same people. Tethers, tether ops, mops. You got tether sympathizers. You got every single person who's against us. You just pick the name, family, and I'm sure you will find the one you're looking for. But they looking at us. So now you've got Latinos are popping up, and they're trying to get behind the whole IShowSpeed thing. Now, family, I got to say this. You have to be very clear and cautious of who's coming around foundational Black Americans talking that IShowSpeed stuff. You got to. Don't let nobody tell you what they was trying to tell us on Friday. Remember, everybody? He just trolling. Black Alpha, he trolling. Mr. Latino wasn't trolling. Mrs. Crude Oil for her lips ain't trolling. Mr. Roster Man ain't trolling. Is this really trolling, fam? Or are these people out here getting paid to push an agenda? This is the IShowSpeed Pan-African Tour. It's to push Pan-Africanism. This is all one big play to push Pan-Africanism against foundational Black Americans' will because they want to stop the Delineation Movement. Remember, FBA is the lineage, delineation is the movement, and certifieds are the riders. They want to stop all three of those. So they went and found the streamer guy to go out there, and then they ran to the internet to tell all these lies. And for everybody running around here talking that, well, he trolling now. There's always an excuse, right? There's always an excuse. One thing about it, fam, it don't matter. There's always going to be somebody with an excuse. Well, he was coming out and he straight up said that he is Angolan and Nigerian, straight up and down. And I showed the clip the other day when he was talking to the people who are Portuguese, and people said he was trolling then. But then I simply say, well, that wasn't the first time he said it. It wasn't the second time he said it. He said it 3 or 4 different times. Even when his dad said, you ain't African, he said, nope, I took a DNA test. So fam, dad said that you are not an African, but he swears that his DNA tests say that he is African. As a matter of fact, he said he's 80% African. Fam, if you're 80% African, you ain't no damn Black American. And remember, I'm not saying this about him. I'm showing you what he said about himself. You hate the receipts that come from yourself, don't you? Well, damn it, here we go again. Family, this is him right here. And he's saying that he is going to release the DNA test, and he's going to show that he is 80% African, and he will give you the location.
But I
watch this and enjoy, sisters and brothers.
I'll tell y'all the European side. I'll tell y'all the other side. I'll tell y'all like the other 20-30%. Because y'all boys don't know, I do have 20% European in me. It may not look like it, but I have 20% European in me. I'm basically, chat, I can show y'all right now, I'm basically 80% African and 20% European. The 80% African, 80% African and 20% European. I'm not telling y'all the exact countries yet, but that's the only thing that I'm telling y'all. Right now, chat, y'all just gonna have to wait for the video to drop. I'm gonna tell y'all the countries. But chat, that's the only thing that I'm gonna say. But I'll tell y'all the European side. I'll tell y'all the other side. I'll tell y'all like the other 20-30%. Because y'all boys don't know, I do have 20% European in me. It may not look like it, but I have 20% European in me. I'm basically, chat, I can show y'all right now, I'm basically 80% African and 20% European. The 80% African, 80% African and 20%.
Damn, 80% African. There you go, fam. Said it. Said it right there. Do I got to pull it out, fam? We'll be batter up in here. Do we got to batter up in here, family? We'll go all the way live. Family, might have to pull out the fly swatter because he's telling you that. So, fam, it's one or the other. Okay, because I know somebody's going to say, Troll, you could have somebody pull up right now and they could say they a damn supremacist and they come and get all Black folks. Somebody going to be like, he trolling. Nah, he ain't trolling. You can think he trolling, but how about this? Both of y'all get that damn work. And that's where we are with it right now. When you start saying these things, but yet you're embedded into our community and into our culture and pushing the Pan-African movement that is taking people and crowbarring themselves into our lineage, heritage, and culture. Oh, work got to get handed out. Regulating got to go down. And that's exactly what's happening. So you seen right there, family, he said it. He said that he is an African 80%. How many of y'all are 80% African? It's my question to the family. Do we have any 80% Africans in here? And family, doesn't that sound very familiar? Aren't they always trying to 80% African us and 20% European us? You ever notice we can't just be foundational Black Americans? We can't just be of the lineage from this landmass. We can't just be the copper-colored people of this indigenous culture. You ever notice that, family? Who else tells us that? How do you know you're hearing the agenda? Because it's the same thing said by a multitude of different people. You notice that? My family in here said, nope, 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 nope. 0, 0, 0, hell no. Absolutely. I second all of that. Likewise, brothers and sisters, likewise. But you notice, man, what grandma says, great grandma says, everybody from our lineage, they always dismiss that. And they're always trying to put African and European on us. And think about it right now. Aren't the Africans and the Europeaners always working in conjunction? Doesn't Black Alpha always tell you that Europe and Africa are neighbors? Doesn't Black Alpha tell you that Europeaners and Africans had a relationship, a deep relationship, years before they ever seen foundational Black Americans over here in the United States? It's the same thing. Because if you make foundational Black Americans African, then we ain't American no more. If you make foundational Black Americans European, then that means we ain't really Black anyway. Do you see how both of those separate you from your true self? Oh, we in here cooking tonight, y'all. Everybody smash that like button. If you in here right now and you ain't smashed that like button, you crazy. Smash the like button, certified 100. We in here cooking, hottest show on the planet. Used to just be in Black media. Now it's just on the whole earth, family. We run it all. How do you know? Because they watching us and trying to come into our chats from everywhere. So we run this thing, family. We in here deep and we doing it as a family. So I tell you, once again, if we're African, that means we ain't American. And if we're European, that means we ain't Black. Notice they're always trying to separate us from being foundational, from being Black and American. If you take all three of those away, what the hell do you got? You got a lost immigrant and a generic African. And you know this, fam, because it's all coming from the same source. When you hear 52 people and ain't none of them wearing deodorant, but they all telling that we all Black African lie, you know damn well they getting that from the same individuals. And this is why FBA's out here cooking and roasting and putting it into all of that. And another thing we've been doing is this fake unity thing. How many of y'all been seeing these people come out with these little think tanks and these studies, and they're always talking about a unity? And they're always talking about how can we bridge the gap and make Black Americans and Africans get together. Let me say this one more time, family. And I ain't even going to ask the question because I already know the answer. Black Americans did not grow up with Africans. Black Americans did not grow up with Africans. This fantasizing that they always try to do and create this thing where Black Americans and Africans, we all grew up together and we were all living in the same household in the same neighborhood, that doesn't exist. What we are, fam, we're myth busters and we debunk everything. And this is what they don't like about us. See, it used to be a time where brothers and sisters would say this, but nobody was listening. But now, since we are the main characters, the final boss, everybody hears what we're saying. Fam, ain't nothing new, ain't nothing different. We've been on this time. Only time different is that when we speak today, everybody hears it because we that popping. That's why I tell you, it's a beautiful thing to be a part of the most popping lineage ever and the most popping generation. So the Renaissance does all the work and touches everybody so they could all hear what we're saying. But FBA didn't grow up with no Africans, fam. They make it look like your first date was with an African, okay? You went to the prom with an African. You didn't want none of the Black Americans. You said, I want Mrs. Mutombo. Me and Mrs. Mutombo going out tonight. They make it look like Africans were next door. They make it look like when we sat down and watched the Cosby Show, it was just a bunch of Africans. They make it look like Fred Sanford, okay? They make it look like Red Fox, Fred Sanford was an American, but Lamont was from Zimbabwe. Ain't that how they try to make it, fam? They try to make it look like that. They try to make it look like Malcolm Jamal Warner. He was really from Kenya. They always make it look like there was like an African in the family. They make it look like we all got one African in the family now. You know that. No, I don't know that because that ain't true. That is not the case with Black Americans, fam. They make it look like, well, Michael Jackson, he was a Black American. Tito was a Black American, but I think Randy was really from the Ivory Coast. No, he wasn't. No, the hell he wasn't at all. All right, they'd be like, I think Bobby Brown was American, but Ralph Tresvant, he looked like he's Somalian. No, I know Dr. Dre may have been from Compton, but I think Ice Cube, he really from wherever the F they find. That's what they be doing, and it's not the case. So there's never been this thing that needs to be repaired. There's no awakening that needs to happen. We already up. We never went to sleep, and we putting them to sleep, and they don't like that. Look at this think tank I seen right here, brothers and sisters. This think tank, they're doing these whole deep conversations, ain't having these deep conversations about an anti-Black American hate crime bill. They suddenly missed that. But they're saying the sooner our children learn and understand the importance of lineage, the better. But they not going to talk about lineage in this. Family, they're using our words like lineage and they're crowbarring Africans. Watch this, family. And also notice what I told you before. They're targeting children. This is why we regulate.
How can we dismantle the trust in the diaspora? Continental Africans, West Indians are often taught and led to believe, that perhaps African Americans are not to be trusted, and vice versa, right? And sometimes African Americans have biases against non-U.S. born African descent folks who are of African descent. I've been seeing that there's a group called ADOS, African Descendants of Slaves, and there's really been a lot of pushback about who.
Stop. No, fam. Wait a minute. I was going to let this thing go, but it's hard, family. It's hard to hear the BS and let it slide. You hear this right here, family? Out of nowhere, she immediately starts getting into the diaspora. I thought they said lineage on the top. Didn't the top just say lineage? Didn't the top just say, the top says lineage, the importance of lineage, okay? And now out of nowhere, she started immediately talking about repairing the diaspora. Which the hell one is it, homegirl? Fam, they are out here trying to run the game, but they hurt though, because we ain't allowing it.
Is able to kind of, let's say, the question is, how can we dismantle the trust in the diaspora? Continental Africans, West Indians are often taught and led to believe, that perhaps African Americans are not to be trusted, and vice versa, right? And sometimes African Americans have biases against non-U.S. born African descent folks who are of African descent. And there's really been a lot of pushback about who is able to kind of, let's say, reap the rewards of those who have long suffered in this country to gain certain civil rights or, certain economic and educational positions, So there's a whole conversation, just that intra-racial conflict. So I know I threw a bunch of it at you just now. The good thing is that cultural inclusivity, thinking about trauma, not only in the ways that we know of it here in the US, but like how the parallels to post-colonial societies and how they inform perhaps the Blackness and how they might, again, dismantle that trust and bring more unity to a kind of global Black understanding and connection. Sorry, that's a lot.
It's a lot of BS. Fam, all she did was just babbled. All I heard in that was stop delineation, stop them Black Americans. That's all I heard right there. That's all I heard. I don't know what the hell she was getting at. She lost me, family. That sounds just like African. That's all I heard. We ain't no damn Africans, homegirl.
The good thing, Somi, is that I'm a therapist, so I'm trained to follow all the places that you took me, and we're right back here again. I really appreciate the question, and it feels like the short answer is relationship and proximity to community. So when we think about dismantling distrust among the diaspora, I just really appreciate this question. I remember moving here at 15 and feeling this need to protect my cultural identity, and it didn't come from for me then, it didn't feel like an anti-Black or anti-Black American or anti-anything. It felt like pro me, pro my cultural identity. And I really wanted to preserve and celebrate that. And then, I think just developing and becoming really steeped in American culture and trying to find my way through it, I started to really unpack, how does this matter? When I'm seen as a Black woman in America, no one's pausing before they discriminate against me to ask me where I'm from or my proximity to.
Oh no, there you go, fam. You knew it was coming. You heard it all. Do you hear the whole, if we get pulled over, we all the same. They can't tell the difference if we get pulled over. She's going into every single thing we talk about. Going back to what I was just saying. Family, how do you know you're dealing with a Tether Palooza, or a Cohen Tether Pro? Is because they're saying the same things. You ain't got to see these women say it. Start a Twitter space or a TikTok live right now, and you're going to see and hear the same stuff. They ain't got no new material, brothers and sisters. So you can hear right now, she's already saying her immigrant story. I thought this was about lineage. And you in here talking about your immigrant story. Well, your immigrant story is not foundational Black America. And miss me with the intraracial.
to my Americanness or something like that. So relationship is what I think of. You know, there's a lot of othering that tends to happen within the Black community. When we think of the subjugated identities that we hold and the intersectional identities that we hold, what does your Blackness intersect with? Black and what? Black and disabled, Black and queer, Black and what's your immigration story?
There you go. There you go, Black people, my beautiful Black Americans. You knew it was on its way and it showed up. There you go, y'all. Intersectionality. Black and immigrant, Black and disabled, Black and queer. There you go, family. Here's the crowbar. She got the crowbar out, tying everybody in. This is some Democratic sponsored stuff with a bunch of tethercrats. You knew it was on its way. There it is. I was waiting for it, fam. But notice the headline says, sooner our children learn and understand the importance of lineage. Let me ask all of y'all another question right here. And it's very simple. Family, what the hell does our lineage have to do with Black and Skittles bag? Black and disabled. Being disabled, you could still be a foundational Black American. That doesn't get rid of your lineage. Either you are or you're not of the lineage. Why are you tying that in? Why are you tying in Skittles bag? Why are you bringing up immigrant story? None of this has anything to do with Black America. You know what this has everything to do with? Your agenda. Your agenda to try to chop down foundational Black Americans because you see this FBA delineation movement is just too powerful to stop. But you knew it was coming, right? Family, let's think about this now. I showed you a Latino, and he said he supports IShowSpeed, and he's going to clear up everything. I showed you a Rasta who said we need to leave America. I showed you some creepy woman in the dark, and the only thing I seen was her white ashy lips, and she said she wants to be an African American. And now I'm showing you a think tank, and they're talking about lineage from an immigrant standpoint. Do you hear all four, all five of those, family? Is this not what we identify? How in the hell can we identify that, have dialogue amongst ourselves, and I can just pop up video after video after video after video of them saying the same thing verbatim? It's almost like they're not even trying. Or they're trying to come with that bull-ish, and we keep fly swatting that stuff the hell out the way. I'll take we fly swatting their ass out the way. That's what I'll take. And you continue to watch these people, continue to run the game, and continue to close. Watch her try to bring it all the way back in, family, and close with the main agenda.
Story. Are you here by choice? Was it a traumatic experience that led you here? When you speak about trauma, Somi, I think of just how that is such a personal and subjective experience. So working with people through a trauma-informed lens and really making that space for people to narrate their own stories and give language and voice to things that may never have been told, and making sense of that and really processing so that that idea of our whole self and giving ourselves permission to take up space and claim our whole selves. In doing that, we give others permission to do the same, and we connect. All we really want is belonging. I think it's a fundamental human need, a sense of belonging, a sense of community. So focusing on relationship and community building, we find where we are most aligned and where we are most common. And those are the things that I think tend to dismantle these social constructs that have been set up. There's this system alive that really keeps this rhetoric going. So
there you go, family. There you go. A social construct. You know, because it can't be anything that we're saying. It has to be a social construct. Y'all notice they running with that one now too, right? Have y'all been noticing? They've been kind of running with this game of it's really just a big social construct. You got to make it look like there's no rules and no laws. Now everybody acts like they don't understand lineage and heritage and culture. You guys ever notice that? When it comes to Black Americans, they don't understand. Yeah, I hear that Caribbean accent all day. Yep, super Caribbean woman right there. That was a super Caribbean woman talking all that Caribbean talk all damn day, and we ain't going for it. But yet, notice they're talking on us, but ain't none of us there. This is why they don't like these spaces, fam. Basically, it's let us have our little tether spaces, and if you have an FBA space, we're going to try to infiltrate it. And then when y'all check us, we're going to get upset, and we're going to have a whole sad sob story. Same thing. Same thing, family. We already know what it is. We know how it go. You see it. I see it. We all witness it, fam. But they witness the realest every time they looking at us because we the realest ones to speak. We the only ones really being truthful. Remember, everybody else has to have some type of funny style backdoor game. Everybody else has to play these little janky ass twisted tactics. FBA ain't know none of that, man. None of that. So she throws in everything. But I want y'all to notice that she says intraracial. Intraracial. Why did she throw in intraracial, fam? I'm going to tell you why. Because they want to create an environment and an atmosphere where it's all about race. It's funny, though, because when foundational Black Americans used to talk about race, they would tell us it ain't got nothing to do with race. What race got to do with this? Why you got to always bring up race? Now, if you guys notice, they want to go back and make everything a racial thing, where I'm out here simply saying, what's race got to do with it? What are we talking about an intraracial thing? There is no intraracial thing, because remember, they tell us that they're not Black any damn way. So if they're not Black, don't be Black now. Don't be Black. It's funny how so many people want to be Black when we get into the money, right? You start getting to that bag, and then everybody want to be Black all of a sudden. No, you're not Black. See, these are terms that are all collective, family, all encompassing, and we got rid of those terms. Don't go with none of that. What's race got to do with it? We're talking about lineage, specificity. We're talking about the heritage and the culture. We're talking about nationality. You notice when it comes to Black Americans, we're the only people where they try to crowbar race into a lineage conversation. They try to crowbar race into a nationality conversation. You start talking about anybody else, they understand it. But when you start talking about us, then all of a sudden it's, what about intraracial? What about hell to the no? What about hold your own nuts? See, that's what we doing. I remember a time when they would say, well, what about this? Black folks used to just take it and be like, well, I hear that, F that. What about hold your own nuts? Okay, and that's a you problem, not a me problem, because I ain't got no problems. Only thing that FDA's out here doing is standing on real business. It's lineage, y'all, because you got to remember, being a one big Negro serves us no purpose. You've seen the results of that. You've seen what one big Negro gives you. It gives you all types of people coming over here feeling that they are welcome into it. This is why we're in the situation we're in now, is because folks was running around here on that one big Negro train. They were all running around here thinking they was Negro this and Negro that. And I'm not talking about the real Negroes. I'm talking about one big Negro. See, American Negro, that is the lineage here in America. One big Negro means all these people who want to be a part of that, but really is from the diaspora. They from Kingston, Jamaica. Okay, they from Port-au-Prince, Haiti, but they want to be one big Negro because they feel that's going to get them paid. So we chopping down all those terms that they come up with. And fam, these are the people they want us to connect with. These are the people they want us to connect with. I want everybody to watch this right here and notice what I'm telling you. They want you to connect with some real funny style ass characters. Watch this video and watch how they really feel about Black Americans.
People, can y'all please stop talking about what the white man is doing to hold y'all down? I got friends who couldn't afford tissue growing up, so they used to go in the bush and use a leaf to wipe their doo-doo, their shit. Where are they from? Country, Jamaica. And all of them just bought their girl Benzes this year. Wait, I don't know if all of them was wiping their doo-doo with leaf, but all of them came from nothing and all of them got their girls Benzes this year. And it's not about the Benz or the bags. The point is, life in other countries is harder than it is in America. Immigrants come here and have it harder than you as an American, and they still make it happen. They buy more land than you, and they don't even go here. They're not from here. And you still talk about what got taken from you during slavery? I know Grabberleaf owns a jet, a man that is not from...
Are we like the gold standard for what everybody compares themselves to? Like, is your whole hustle and grind centered around being able to one-up Black Americans? And why are the only Black Americans that you know that are in your circle that you talk to bottom of the barrel complaining about slavery, white supremacy, not doing anything, not buying businesses, not owning businesses? Like, why is those the only type of Black people that you know? I look at, like, if your circle of friends or your circle of whoever you associate with is on the bottom, that tells me about who you are, because birds of a feather flock together. I mean, kudos to you if you getting money out.
No, two tethers of a feather flock together. But I know where you're going at with, sister. Go ahead.
Out here, as long as it's legit and you ain't out here scamming, which, I mean, at this point, who knows? But I'm gonna be real with you. The bigger flex would be if Jamaica was a place that everybody wanted to flock to. Like outside of the resort towns that are all owned by wealthy white corporations, if actual Jamaica, like where you're from, where where y'all got to wipe at your ass with leaves, if you was to actually go down there and make that and build infrastructure, and then that's the real flex. That's when you would be like, hey, look, we did this shit. We ain't no outsiders, ain't no white man, ain't no nothing. We built this shit up to a paradise by ourselves. That would be the real flex. But for you to come over here and try to flex on Black Americans after having to leave your shithole nation that none of y'all can build up, and then come over here and talk down on us, not even knowing, everybody's situation is different. Like, yeah, some Black Americans that got a lot of money. It's some who ain't doing it. Some people are lazy. It's all this. The scale and spectrum is all over the place. But don't try to put us all in a box and basically make it seem like all us Jamaicans, we all out here rich and we doing it and we driving ugly pink Benzes, and all of you Black Americans is just complaining and y'all not buying land and we doing it better than you. Fall back, sis. Just
no. No. Oh, I got something for that one. Oh, you know I got something for that one, fam. That right there reminds me of something that we've been talking about right here, all of us, for quite some time. First off, y'all heard what she said she got to do in the bushes? Fam, now when we say that y'all be eating that bush meat, and we say y'all be in the bushes, and y'all be fat, just nasty and dirty, you get mad at us. That's what she just said. I'm not even going to repeat what she said they got to do with a leaf. Now, if I were to say that, I'd be wrong. Well, goddamn it, I guess I'm right, and it don't get no righter. But it's funny, though, because y'all notice that they've been running around here talking all this stuff about how good they do. We've been dispelling that for the longest amount of time, brothers and sisters, okay? They don't come over here and do good. The majority of these people who come over here to the United States of America, they are on welfare. Let's make this clear. They on that welfare, fam, where they not doing real well at all. See, foundational Black Americans, I don't give a damn where we are. We can be in a hood. We can be in a trailer park. We could be in a mansion. Our stuff gonna be clean. Straight up, fam, I done walked into, and I know you have too, so I ain't telling just my story. I'm telling the Black American story, because this is all about Black Americans. We done stepped into places that be in the middle of the projects. You walk in there, fam, you be thinking you in the Hamptons. You be like, God damn, y'all got chandeliers flying. You know, we put the plastic on the couch. You know what I'm talking about? Take your damn shoes off when you step into my building. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We be clean everywhere. I done been in the projects, in the hood. You hear damn police sirens going off, fam. Little goddamn ice cream trucks, kids outside playing. And that house looks like a millionaire owns it. Because we super clean people. Now, you on the other hand, Mrs. Jamaican, you just told me that y'all be in them damn bushes and y'all be wiping y'all new with a bunch of damn leaves. We ain't living like that. Just to let you know something. So why you mad at us? Don't be mad. You need to be glad. You need to be glad that you even live in a planet where foundational Black Americans exist. Because remember, without us here, y'all would have that bamboo stick in the back of your earlobe every day at 5 o'clock. It comes right now every day at 6 o'clock. So you need to get your game right. But you know, it's funny though, because something they didn't like, Donald Trump ended up putting this out right here. Very interesting. I told y'all Donald Trump be listening to the new Black media. He probably listening right damn now. I know you're listening, Trump. I hear it. But let me tell y'all something. Donald Trump put out this thing, and it's about countries of birth and percent of immigrant households receiving assistance. And family, when I look down this list, I see a hell of a lot of places where people come over here and they act like they doing so damn good. I see Rwanda on here. I see Morocco on here. Sierra Leone's on here. Liberia's on here. I see the Senegal. Akon. Yep. I see Gambia on here. Mangola's on here. Do we got to keep going? Do I got to tell you I see Tunisia on here? Venezuela's on here. Oh, we got you too, Mr. Jorge Romero Gonzalez Benavides. Got to leave as. Look at this right here. There you go. Nigeria all on this damn list, fam. You see the places. You heard the people that run their mouth. I see why y'all so damn mad that you got to wipe your you-know-what with some damn leaves. Is those leaves provided to you by the United States government, y'all? Is the United States government providing these people to get those damn leaves? That's over here in my damn country. I see exactly what it's going for. Ethiopia. I had an Ethiopian tether talking about you FBAs. Yep, you damn leaf ASS wiper. I win again. You want to go down? Jamaica on the list, man. 36.7% of you are wiping your ass with a leaf. So don't speak when you're talking to me. You need to leave. Quit talking about foundational Black Americans when your name is on that dotted line. Let me tell you what I don't see on there. It's the same thing that y'all don't see on there. I don't see FBA nowhere near. That's why your ass got to pack your bags, get the F up out of here. You're mad at foundational Black Americans because of that right there. And let me tell you what else, family. I'm going to take it even a step further. You know why they're extra mad? It's because a couple years ago, they would have been able to run that game. A couple years ago, they would have been able to say, well, this is what it is. But now, these Black Americans done showed up, and they standing on delineation, and they don't give a damn. And they some certifieds. And they finding out every single lie that you've ever told, and we exposing it, putting it on the big screen. Let me tell you something, fam. When they run around here and they start talking about Pan-Africanism and how you need to be a Pan-African and all that, let me tell you this. People in the 1960s and 70s, they didn't have that screen I just showed you where they could put up everybody's dirty work. Nope. People in the 1980s and the 90s, fam, they didn't have that screen where you could put up that dirty work. They didn't have TikTok where Miss Jamaica's on there talking about wiping her you-know-what with some damn welfare leaves. Okay? We do. So I'm here to tell y'all that we got more information about who these people really are than they thought or that they ever wish we had. But I love putting dirty work on the table, family. That's how you dispel everything. That's how you a myth buster. You can't get nothing off on FBA because FBA sees right through you. And if you look, family, when we say we see right through these people, that whole DNA thing is the main thing that we've been out here breaking down. We've been breaking down the whole DNA thing. We don't believe it. They saying go take your DNA test, go do this, that, and the other thing. Black Americans ain't on none of that. Black Americans ain't on that. Because let me tell you something we know. We know the DNA test is a lie. Okay? Everything that they've ever said was a lie. Everything that we've ever said is true. Fam, at the end of the day, I'm right. You're wrong. Okay? I tell the truth, you lie. Okay? I'm a PIMP and you an H to the Izzo without the V to the Izzy. You do the math, family. And how do you know that FBA is getting these people real shook? One of the things that you've been seeing are people coming out and they're trying to make these fake straw man comparisons with FBA and these other groups. Okay. They're always trying to put FBA on this thing where we don't want to be African. No. It's not a matter of what we want to be. It's a matter of what we are. Okay. Let me say this as well. I hear a lot of people running around and they keep saying this thing of foundational Black Americans delineating, we're differentiating ourselves from everybody. I'm here to tell you, as your certified Black American brother, we are not here differentiating ourselves from anybody. We're enforcing the differentiation. Remember that, family. We're not here telling everybody, well, we're different, right? We're a different group. No. It's natural that we are already different than you. It is under God that we are different than you. All we doing today is enforcing it. Don't make it look, see, fam, when you start telling people that you're differentiating yourself from everybody, it makes it look like you're making it up. It makes it look, I don't want nobody, all my brothers and sisters, listen, I don't want none of y'all talking about we are just differencing ourselves from everyone. Don't say that. No, we're enforcing what's already here, what's already natural, what God created. This ain't no doing that we woke up one day and we said, you know what? Let's go ahead and differentiate from everybody. Fam, we was already different and they know we different. That's what the hell they not like us is about. So we're here to do the enforcing of, not the telling, not the coming up with something, not making it up. Hell no. We letting everybody know what is already real in the field. And they understand that. Easy work like a part-time job. Let me show y'all one more thing and I'm going to go ahead and get right to it. All right. Somebody said, love you. Goddamn. Here we go, fam. Shout out. Shout out. If you are a woman, then I'm going to say shout out to you. I love you back. If you a damn man, go ahead and unsubscribe. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing, y'all. Here we go. Check this out. This dude running around here, running his mouth, saying we are like Latinos when they say me no black. Damn. Here we go.
The whole thing behind, oh, I'm not African American, I'm Black American. It sounds a whole lot like me no black, me Dominican, me no black. See, I have the Spanish, me speak Espanol, me no black, me Dominican. It's the same thing. But y'all ain't ready to hear that. And it's not really the statement itself. If you want to call yourself Black American, then fine. But there's people who literally get extremely heated and enraged by the use of African American as if we haven't been using this for the past century. It's part of our basic vocabulary. Somebody got on my case about that the other day.
Stop. Did he say we've been using African American for the past century? Family, how long is a century? And how long has African American been around? I ain't restarting this goddamn video until y'all tell me. No, we're gonna have to deal with this. This man looked like he was trying to become a dreadhead, and them damn dreads stopped halfway through. He got 30% dreads. Them things just stop. Them damn dreads or whatever he got on his head, they trying to uncoil. They trying to go back into his hair. His damn forehead trying to take them back. 100. 1988. We all know 1988 ain't no damn 100 years. This man ain't even got it together. How many times y'all notice tethers can't even get their stuff together? Tethers sit here all day, all night with Black American obsessive disorder, and they still can't even get their stuff right. That man said, the last decade, all 700 years of our decade. What? The last year, a year, 592 days. What you counting in? Hyena years? This man on the hyena clock. That may be how hyenas age, but that ain't how we do things over here. Okay, so take your unraveling ass dreads that don't even want to be a part of you. Your damn dreads is trying to differentiate. Don't be mad at us. You need to be mad at that damn mop you got on your head. You got a mop with a mop on his head, and he thinks a century is 30 years. You can't make it up with these damn people, family. But I'll tell you what they can't make up. They can't make up their homeland. And is he trying to hide his forehead? Hey, is he trying to hide his forehead with his no dread? This is a no dread trying to hide his Fleedman forehead. A no dread forehead. I'm done. Lord, take me. I done seen it all. I love being FBA because we always win. Let's go. Easy.
I'm just like, bro, my bad. I don't have the newest dictionary every single freaking year. And it's the denial of African genetics that freaking blows me away. Like, oh, somehow your genetics didn't allow you to end up looking like every single other Native American here, but you're somehow Native. That doesn't make sense. And this has been going on for years, but people who are younger only started getting on this tip when Rakai said it. I'm just saying.
Pause. Well, some of these people in these damn public do say it made me feel so good on the inside. This man in here talking about something. It gets on your tip. Boy, these some damn zesty tethers. I don't know what's worse, family, a regular tether or a zester. Okay, fam, this is a zesty tether. This man in here saying all type of pause material. I done had to damn pause this 17 times if I had to. God damn.
Just saying, genetics don't lie. Ancestry DNA don't lie. Ball don't lie. When you put that DNA in and that mug comes back South Sahara Africa, West Africa, that's it, cuz. That's where your genes came from. I mean, why?
There go the cuz. Fam, earlier it was, you fist me, man? You fist me, right, brother? Brother, you fist me? I don't feel nothing. Stay the hell away from me. Keep your damn hands to yourself, tether man. Fam, if a tether ever asks you, do you feel him? Step the hell away from him, okay? Or grab that damn fly swatter and gets to swinging. I don't feel you, homeboy. They be too specific, too. They be like, you feel my bald head, right? No. You feel my thigh? No. You better get your Skittles bag ass that way. You may do that in the bushes. That may work with Mrs. Joloff, but not with me, partner. So keep you feels me? Ain't that right, cuz? Word is bond, homie. Where's all my woties? Where the woties, fam? It is the worst broke down wordplay ever when these folks try to talk in the FBA slang. You can't even talk English. If you can't talk English, don't go in the FBA vernacular. You really gonna be broke down. These man's out here talking about some, what up, son? Son, what up? What's up, doggy? Nah, hell no. What's up, bushmeat? That's about the only damn thing. And no, we don't feel you, cuz I don't know where you heading with this damn feel you. And looking at your ass, I think you like being filled on by Mr. Mutombo, Mr. Joloff, Mr. Fufu. Hell no.
Why are we mad at the fact that we just want to deny that so hard? I don't get that. That doesn't make sense. There was this one girl even in the comments, she said, literally, go get your DNA tested. You will find out the same thing. You look darn near the same as me. The other commenter in response goes, oh no, I trust my great grandma that told me that we were just nothing but Native Americans. Person was blacker than all outside. Okay.
You goddamn right I do. You damn right. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it again. Damn right I do. Yeah, you absolutely correct. We do. See, this is how I know you ain't no foundational Black American. One thing we don't do is ever disrespect grandma. Hell no. Yeah, I'm here to say it. Foundational Black American grandmothers, and all of us got them right here in the chat. You damn right. I'm taking grandma over every fake ass DNA test, every DNA sample, everything they put in the textbooks, everything they put in the history books, and what your ass is saying with that mop on your head. You damn right. See, they don't like the fact, y'all, that we picking grandma. And how we know you ain't no FBA, because you sitting there talking about, y'all grandma said, well, here's the thing. My grandma has running water. And my grandma actually has a homeland. Your grandma can't say that. You know how we used to say, my grandma and your grandma? Okay, well, their grandmas are sitting in a tree because their asses got to flee. How about that? So you get the hell away from me. Grandma out here knocking them out. Knocking them out. Grandma got the gloves on and she throwing them goddamn Mike Tyson uppercuts. Grandma out here floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Grandma out here with the Floyd Mayweather shoulder roll. Grandma out here knocking out every single DNA test and every single propaganda they put out. That's why they mad. Notice, y'all. See how they've been disrespecting grandma lately? Y'all notice that? How many of y'all notice that? Y'all notice that? So let's go there, fam. They've been disrespecting us and our ancestors. Remember old girl earlier? She was talking about forget our ancestors. Remember old boy earlier? And he was talking about, yeah, regardless of your political beliefs, regardless of your spiritual beliefs, you notice it's always disregard with us. And now they out here talking about, yo, grandma said, I'm seeing a hell of a lot of videos where these people are disrespecting foundational Black American grandmas. You ain't disrespecting no foundational Black American grandma, grandpa, none of that. And family, this is why you step to the plate. You take the initiative with holding it down, because we ain't going for that. If you think you're going to disrespect Antoinette, my grandma, it ain't happening. Because guess what? Guess what? Her baby's still here, and I'm a certified rider. And I got 2.7 thousand people in the chat with me right now. We all moving as one. So what's going to happen to you? Easy work. And that's what we doing right here with this time frame and this generation, and we holding it down. FBA holding the crown. And when I tell everybody that we on certified time and we making it clear, that lets it be known very, very, very swiftly. We in the building. Matter of fact, we in the middle of the building. We the center of attention. And we making all of our grandparents, they all proud. All the ancestors are proud of us, fam. Let me tell you something. Your pride in your ancestors completely demolishes anything they put in front of us. When they gonna get the picture, we can't lose. Fam, we don't know what it is to lose. We don't never lose. FBA can't lose. You out here trying to drown a shark. It don't work that way. We out here shutting down everything and everywhere we go. So now you're starting to see these people pop up with all these different agendas and all these different tactics. And the main tactic in which they always try to run on foundational Black American certified brothers and sisters is the goes backs to Africa thing. But here's the thing. We ain't going backs to nowhere because I ain't ever been there. And I can't make that more clear. And to the point now, if you don't believe it, you don't hear it, you don't accept it, again, for the billionth, trillionth time, that is a personal problem. And personal problems get checked on site. And we the ones to do the checking. And for all the people out there talking about IShow was trolling and all of this stuff, remember, y'all, they're using IShowSpeed as a catalyst to stop delineation, the same way they use Sierra, same way they use Ludacris, same way they use whoever the hell, Spike Lee. It's just another person that is being pushed in front to push an African message. Y'all notice this? When they could call us African American, they weren't scared, were they? When they could call us people of color, how afraid were they? When they were running around here talking about Black and brown coalitions, were they afraid, y'all? If you ever want to know what you have to keep on doing, look at how they respond to what you're doing now. When it was African American, they were happy. Africans was running around throwing Jollof in the sky. Yep. When it was people of color, they were happy. The diaspora was having a bush meat picnic every day. They were eating all types of zebra tails and everything. I think I seen some tiger whiskers, but man, they was happy as hell. When they could put any type of tag name on us that we didn't go for, they were happy. Soon as we put in our own determination in our own phrases, in our own words, in our own self-identification, now you got everybody mad. So if you ever need to see what the winning strategy is, it's FBA, Foundational Black American. And you see them folks are petrified. That's why they run every time they see it. And family, let me tell you why we know how we winning and how we know the winning is so powerful. Look at this right here. IShowSpeed tells everybody again, I told you, the video I showed y'all the other day, that wasn't the first time he said that he was African. It wasn't the second time. It wasn't the third time. I showed you the fourth time earlier. And now, family, here comes the fifth time. Either you're FBA or you're not.
I am in both like that. I am. I told you, I'm 80% African and 20% European. And Angola was part of that African DNA. I think I'm about to release it though. I am in both like that. I am. I told you, I'm 80% African and 20% European. And Angola was part of that African DNA. I think I'm about to release it though. I am in both like.
Damn. I mean, family, I don't know where we at with it now. I mean, he sits there and tells you he is 80% African. You see it, fam. So when you start talking about who's who and who's what, is that trolling, y'all? Is it trolling? And let me ask this question. Is trolling becoming a very convenient excuse for somebody who is trying to dip and dodge, hide a little bit? He's telling you not only is he African, he's telling you the percentage of what African he is. He's not only telling you he's African, he's telling you where he came from. Let me say this, family. Trolling is an excuse. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to make it very clear for the whole world to hear. Trolling is an excuse. Whenever somebody says, oh, they just trolling, do y'all know back in the old days, they would say the dominant society was just playing? They was out there trying to lynch black folks. Oh, he just playing. He just joking around. Trolling is an excuse, and it's an excuse that we don't go for. See, I love being a part of this era. This era don't play no games. We about business. Your excuses, your alibis, your justifications are about as good as that damn dirt your flip-flops done flipped on. We ain't going for none of that. I'm telling you what it is. This ain't the I'm just saying. This is the I'm just telling. I'm telling you that your ass is a non-foundational black American. I'm telling you, you a tether. I'm telling you, you a mop. And I'm telling you that your forehead does not have a hairline. But you know that. You just don't want to accept that. But I'm going to make you accept that because I'm going to tell you that every single time I see you. And you going to hate. And I'm going to smile because I already won because I'm a black American. Undefeated, undisputed. So you see already, family, we not playing those games. He already told you he's an African. He told you where it comes from, and he even told you the date and times. And whenever somebody doesn't go along with it, doesn't agree with it, doesn't want to hear it, I laugh. Because one thing about the truth don't give a damn about you. It is what it is. And the beautiful thing about the truth, fam, is that we're living on the right side of it. They're living on the wrong side of it. Do you notice how miserable people are when they live in a lie? Like the tethers. You know why tethers are so upset? You know why they're in the bushes wiping their you-know-what with leaves? It's because they're miserable because they're living a lie. The only thing that's truthful about them is the bush, is the meat, and is the leaves. Everything else is just a lie. You ain't a black American. We ain't one of y'all. Quit trying. Okay? You know why tethers are so mad, family? Because they're living a lie. You're not going to stay in America. No. You're going to get deported tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And I'll be eating lunch. You know what I'm saying? So while I'm having my grilled cheese sandwich with my let's be honest with you, I'm going to have some Doritos and some Cheetos. I'm going to be watching videos of you getting deported, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you've been living the lie. And let me tell you how you know these people been lying, and we've been shutting it down. Shout out to everybody out there that loves them some damn Doritos. Cheetos are okay, but Doritos are better. Now, that other guy's been running around here. DDG, is that his name? Y'all notice that he's been kicking all of that DNA test says he's African? Yep. That Kai Cenat guy, he's a non-foundational black American. And now you're seeing IShowSpeed's. He's talking about being an African. So either these people are Africans, like they say they are, or these people are being paid to push it. Both of that is op territory. Over on this side is certified territory. And we shutting it down. Look at this right here. DDG. Not only is he running out here and saying that he is an African, he's also saying that Nigeria is safer than America. So family, here it goes again for the umpteenth time. Another person saying that they are African and pushing an anti-American agenda. Let's go.
Coming out here lets me know that America is the most divided country ever. Out here, these niggas is one. Everybody here is one. Like, I feel safer here than I feel in America. I can walk around. I might get robbed, but it ain't no robbing out of hate. It's robbing out of need, you know? Niggas rob you in the U.S. out of hate. These niggas out here rob you out of need. Nigga, I robbed you because I needed it, nigga. not because I don't like you. It's just because I need this shit. You gotta respect it. America coming out here lets me know that America is the most divided country ever. Out here, these niggas is one most divided country ever. America is the most divided country ever. Divided country ever.
America is the most divided country ever. Somebody said, stay there then. Good point. And did he just go into a whole thing why it's okay to rob? Fam, beyond him saying America is the most divided country ever, he also says, well, hey, they rob here because they got to eat. In America, they rob out of hate. So he's okay with people getting robbed. And if you're okay with people getting robbed, I got to ask the question, who are you okay with being the victim of said robbery? Are you saying that it's okay for them to rob Black Americans when we get off the bus? Is that what you're saying, family? Are you saying it's okay when foundational Black Americans step off the plane, get on our bus, go to our destination, and at that hotel, about 15 Mr. Mutombos are waiting to rob us? I told you, Pan-Africanism is dangerous to foundational Black Americans because Pan-Africanism wants to walk us off of a cliff. He said America is the most divided, anti-American rhetoric.
It's the most divided country ever. Out here, these niggas is one. Everybody here is one. Like, I feel safer here than I feel in America.
I feel safer here than I feel in America. There you go, family. There you go. Again, FBA, we are the only people being pro-America right now. Nobody else is being pro-America. You're seeing people who either want to steal everything, mooch and leech and get everything out of America for free, or you're seeing people who are practicing anti-Black American hatred inside of the country that we built. Both of those are anti-American. Remember, to be anti-Black American means you're anti-American because Black Americans built America. You can't separate the two of them. So right now, everybody is pretty cool to run around and say terrible things about the United States. Black Americans are the only ones who are uplifting this country. When we start talking about the roll call and we start naming all the places, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Arkansas, when we start talking about Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, we start talking about Colorado and Kansas, we start talking about Texas, we start talking about Baltimore, Maryland, the whole DMV, the whole East Coast, California, Seattle down. When we start talking about Americanism, everybody goes quiet because we the only ones really repping. But let me tell you what they saying. They saying leave America, they hate America, and it's okay if you rob an American in the process. This is why FBA is destined to prevail, because we the only ones who are standing on business for this landmass. And all of that he was talking, did y'all see when he was talking to that Nigerian woman and she tells him, oh, well, you ain't Nigerian. Yeah, you got a real crash course in all of that. You gonna be ones with Africa, didn't you? Yeah, fam, he's sitting there and he's talking to this African woman and she sits there and tells him, oh, well, you ain't Nigerian. You ain't one of us. See, all of these people who want to Africanize Americans all see quickly Africans don't rock with us. They only want to take from us. They all get that damn Tether wake-up call, or they get a wake-up call from Tethers. He found out real fast that he ain't no damn African, or if so, the Africans don't want him there. Watch this right here, family. Oh, I love it. I love it because let me tell you something that nobody talk about. They don't really want to say it out loud, but we're going to say it out loud, family. All of these people who go over to Africa and they talk that we's all African now, we's one. Do y'all know they find out real quick that Africans don't like them? When they get attacked by an African, they find out, whoa, you was doing a DNA test, went over there to Africa, and some Africans robbed you. Yep. You was talking Pan-Africanism. You went over there and some Africans robbed you. You was talking that we's all black, brother. Went over there soon as your plane went to your bus, went to your destination. Your ass ended up in some village and the damn warlord was out there running your pockets because FBA already know. You know why that never happens to us? Because we tell them ahead of time. We American. So go ahead and think that you're an African, and African's going to let you know the hard way. Y'all look at this right here. This is what I'm talking about. He got his ass humbled quick. Notice, y'all, he was talking that Nigerian stuff. Now look what a Nigerian woman says to him.
What's funny?
You?
Mm.
Because you're not Nigerian.
You said I'm what?
Because you're not Nigerian.
I'm not Nigerian? All right, next. Get that mic. Come on, why should disrespect me like that? Knowing I'm Nigerian. That shit just pissed me off. What's funny?
You?
Mm.
You're not Nigerian.
You said I'm what?
Because you're not Nigerian.
I'm not Nigerian? All right, next. Get that mic.
No, no. Let Miss Fufu talk. Let Miss Fufu say what she got to say. Miss Fufu got something to say. Miss Fufu said, you ain't Nigerian, bruh. Hell no. Y'all see what happens, y'all? They think it's fun. They think it's sweet. They got anti-Black American rhetoric. They got anti-American hate. Think they so damn African. And they go over there and the African tells them, you ain't Nigerian. She went out her way to tell him that he ain't no damn African. And he's got souls of hurts and sads. And he says, you needs to go. Give me my microphone, Miss Fufu. But let me tell you something. Whether it's Miss Fufu, it's Miss Bushmeat, it's Miss Hyena, you gonna get the same damn answer. Because Africans don't like you.
Because you're not Nigerian.
I'm not Nigerian? All right, next. Get that mic. Come on, why should disrespect me like that? Knowing I'm Nigerian. That shit just pissed me off.
And then she walked right on off, said her piece, split, and now he's got to deal with it. Family, I love it. I love it, family, because what's happening to them is what we already know. Foundational Black Americans, we used to be about 5 steps ahead. Then we were about 10 steps ahead. Then we got to about 20 steps ahead. And then somewhere that 20 steps ahead turned into 20 years ahead. That's why we can't see nobody behind us, because we're that far in front of them. Whatever we say goes, whatever we predict happens, and all these people who think that they scam Africans, they run into that Uzanakata nigga wall. And he ran into that wall, and he cried, and he was upset. And Miss Fufu, she just walked her ashy little ankles and them ashy old kneecaps right on off. I don't think that she was that interested in you. She said she wants a real Mutombo. She doesn't want a fake Mutombo. Let me say this. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the line. She wants her a real Mutombo who eats real bush meat, not somebody who's taking fake DNA tests, okay? She wants her a real Mr. Jollof who has real Jollof on his table. She doesn't want all the fake Jollof. She's already got fake hair. I'm sure that she runs around here and has fake lotion and fake Vaseline, okay? She's got fake Wi-Fi. She wants her a real Mutombo who's got real ashy lips, who has real ashy elbows. She doesn't want fake ash. No, she doesn't. No, she wants somebody with no deodorant, not somebody who's actually wore deodorant. So why are you going to try to go give deodorant to a person who don't like deodorant? They don't like deodorant as much as they don't like you. And you found out the hard way. And family, when I tell you that they finding out, they got to find out when you bring your family with you. And I got my family with me here tonight, y'all. Ain't it crazy? Damn, 2.7 thousand people in here. The broadcast of the year right now. Black Alpha Network, #1 activist, certified Black society, and they can't stop us, y'all. I brought out the Tupac. And I also brought my brother with me. So I want everybody to say peace and love, peace and love, peace and love to our good brother. And you know that he got to bring them to church. My brother, he done pulled out the damn Vaseline. My brother Church, what it do?
Family, you have been over here cooking like the master chef, and I've been popcorned up too. Hold on.
Yes, indeed.
Try to make sure people understand this. We ain't playing with this. This is the most entertaining. You better understand us out here. Family, thank you for having me on. Do you mind if I address just a couple of things real quick? Just a couple of things.
Brother, you know, I know it's Tuesday, but you got to take him to church, fam. That's why I brought you here. Brother, the floor is yours.
Much love to you, family. First, I want to address the woman that couldn't find any Vaseline, Carmex. The woman that clearly need more Carmex than a mother lover. I want to call her, Musty Elliott. You know what I'm saying? Hot breath. Tether, you got musty arms. You know what I mean? Let's start off with her real quick, because she out here acting as if we don't need to know who we are. We don't need to delineate in order to get what's owed to us, to get our reparations. I want to say that, when the Japanese got their reparations, were they running around here talking about, hey, the Chinese should get some reparations with this too? Did they say, you know, the Taiwans over there, they need some reparations too? We all Asian. You know, those folks over there in South and North Korea, maybe they should get some of our reparations too because we're all Asian. No, they said what they said. A, we was aggrieved. You owe us. That was delineation. Another thing, when you talk about the Filipinos and the Chinese and the Vietnam folks, none of these folks are, you know, claiming to be each other, are they? Aren't these folks fighting each other within their own? They're all Asian, ain't they? I'm just trying to make sure people understand that, you know, what she's saying was asinine and it was outlandish, to be honest with you, 100% fold. Let's also move forward a little bit. Let's move forward to the little think tank that was out here, you know, and I gotta ask a question because, you know, they asked the question, so I must pose the question too to my good brother and to the family in the chat. Y'all already know we gotta ask these questions because, you know, we asking for a friend. We need to know, what tangible benefits do we get out of unification with these people? I haven't seen any tangible benefits. Everything that we've done in the name of unification, because if y'all remember, and Alpha, you can let me know if I'm wrong here, my good brother. We were the ones that put Pan-Africanism on our backs, right?
Absolutely.
Wasn't that us trying to unify?
It doesn't exist in Africa.
I could have swore that was us trying to unify. And the fact that we put all of our efforts into making sure folks who came here knew about the system of W supremacy, made sure people understood how America works and how they're going to look at you a certain way, even though you may not think that you are. Guess what? When you get here, this is what you're going to be looked at. And, you know, these folks looked at us and said, oh, you Jarirs, you don't know what you're talking about. You Akadas, you don't know what you're talking about. You lazy, we work hard. My grandfather came over here with 5 cents in his pocket. Not even 25, 5 cents. 5 pennies, and he was able to do better. No, these folks, they came and took what we had on our back. Once they saw we put it down, we took it off of our back. That backpack that we was carrying with all those bricks in it, that was on the bricks, you read it, it says Pan-African on it. We set it down because it weighed us down. You dig what I'm saying? And a lot of these folks who are sitting here trying to find and like that one woman said, she said, you know, getting comfortable with taking up space. I must ask that one woman, hey, whose space are you taking up? You sound like that Somali ambassador. Make sure y'all get in here and fill up those seats. Take seats away from Black Americans. That's who you sound like. Ooh. And you're supposed to be a psychologist. You sound like a numbnuts.
Sound like they ain't got no game, huh?
It sounds like they took all the game that we gave them and let it go out through the other side of their ear. You know, Dr. John Henrik Clarke used to say this all the time. And there was this one woman that asked him about, what shall we do when we want to unify with people and they didn't want to unify with us? And do we pull them with us? And what did Dr. John Henrik Clarke say? He said, you give them the information and then you leave them about their way. Let them do what they're going to do, because either they're going to learn from what you're telling them or they're going to pull you back. And shout out to Dr. John Henrik Clarke. On the 1st of January was Dr. John Henrik Clarke Day, because the reasons such as that. Many of these folks, they already know what they're doing, family, especially with the whole taking up space situation. They know it's our space that they're taking up. We're not in their spaces, are we, Alpha? I've never seen you in the African space at all.
Oh, no, man. You know, as soon as they you know, got somebody that actually has cologne on and stuff, it just glitches and it shuts down. You know what I'm saying? As soon as you step in there, you know, they get a little scent or some real scent, then they crash out. But you know, there's a guy, man, that's been running around here. And I think you know this guy. Let me show everybody this dude. This dude's been running around talking real crazy, and he's pushing the IShowSpeed thing too. Let me pull this up, brother, because I got to have you and the rest of the family go ahead and break this guy down. I'm going to play this, fam, and I want everybody to see exactly what me and my brother talking about these outsiders and how they're trying to run this Pan-African game on us. And I want you to go ahead and break it down, brother. Watch this.
Speed touring Africa could break a lot of bad stereotypes people have about the continent, and it could help build a real understanding and give Pan-Africanism a real chance to grow. Africa is a very beautiful continent. It is also where humanity started, and many people try to blame Africa's problems on the people, but that's not true at all, because a lot of the damage comes from poor governance and the long effects of colonialism, which has drained the continent for centuries. And you see today, under global capitalism, the exploitation continues. You see these big companies still profit from minerals, oil, and labor, but they invest very little back into the communities doing all the work. Africa is very rich in resources, but the tragedy is that those riches have been mostly used to make everyone else rich. You see that these Western corporations, Chinese investors, and even some local elites take the profit, while everyday people see very little of it. And that's why Speed's Africa trip matters. If it's done with real curiosity and respect, it could be huge for Pan-Africanism. He has a massive Gen Z audience, millions of young people who have only seen Africa through stereotypes.
Stop. Notice, everybody. I told y'all that they were going to push Pan-Africanism. Did he not just say verbatim that it's going to do wonders for Pan-Africanism? So you got to ask yourself, is this a African tour or a Pan-African tour? Pan-African. And then notice he said the next generation, because they know that the youth are responding to what we're saying. The youth is proud to be a Black American. They love FBA. We got style. We got it popping. All that dashiki and Polexes selling them on the corner with your DVDs and your VHSs, ain't nobody rocking with that. They ain't rocking with that when we were younger. So you notice that. And then I'm going to show you this right here, my brother. Watch how he throws us in.
Or Western media. Seeing him meet local people, explore cities, and try different food and connect with a different culture shows a different reality. It helps people see how diverse, modern, and alive Africa really is. And that kind of visibility breaks the colonial lens many people still use to look at the continent today. A trip like this also exposes the xenophobia that some FBA circles push against Africans, that some FBA circles push against Africans and other Black people in other nations as well. Because once people see how intelligent, thoughtful, and politically aware people across Africa are, and how many of them actually feel connected to Black Americans, all of that we're alone as Black Americans talk falls apart. It shows that
it shows that you ain't showing your damn hairline with that goddamn dusty ass hat you got on here. Listen, before I toss to you, my brother, here we go. There's a hell of a lot of BS in there. First off, notice he started talking about all the corporations that do all the foul play and all the bad things to Africa. But notice, y'all, he didn't say anything bad about them. He said all the bad talk for FBA. So corporations pillaging, taking Africa down, good. Black Americans being Black Americans, bad. Everybody sees the way these people function. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna be honest with you, family, and this is the whole thing. This is what I was going to say with the whole Musty Elliott situation, where she was talking about, us having to delineate in order to get our reparations. These folks, they're making it very apparent that they don't think that we know what COINTELPRO looks like, what the government used to do with Africa back in the day. Back in the day, I want to say in between 1950s and 1960s with the Cold War, not too many people was liking America. You know what America did? America ended up sending one of our great foundational Black American brothers over there, Louis Armstrong, right? And Louis Armstrong, he was basically the ambassador for America in Africa. And the reason why he was the ambassador, because he wanted people over there to start softening up to the power in which the West was bringing over to their country. That's basically what was happening. They were using Louis Armstrong for that. This is what we're seeing with this IShowSpeed's situation in reverse, right? These Africans already know that their name is shit in these streets. Excuse my French. Their name is dirt in these streets, my good brother.
Dirt cookies.
Dirt cookies. And so what they're ended up doing, they're using the same play that the American government used against them in reverse, right? So they're bringing out IShowSpeed. They're letting him go to all these different countries, even though this man already said that he's not a foundational Black American, even though his father said that he is. I am so confused. We'll get on that a little bit later. But this man said out of his mouth that he is not tied to the descendants of American slaves here, right? So why would you bring this man out, take him to different countries, have him do a tour in different countries, and then all of a sudden we're seeing the same type of tactics that we were seeing during, you know, the 2024 elections, where everybody's coming out, but none of them are foundational Black Americans, but they're acting like they are foundational Black Americans, talking about, I never knew Africa. I never knew Africa had all these buildings and had cars and was able to, you know, provide. The lamestream media had me confused, so confused. Negating the fact that we were the only people putting respect on Africa's name. Negating the fact that we were the only people bigging up Africa and telling people around the United States that, hey, you know, this isn't really what Africa was. You know, we did documentaries in order to big up what their history is. The same history that they didn't know. The same history now that they're trying to say that we're trying to spew. But we were the same people that gave them that history that they did not know. When I look at this, like I said, it looks like what they tried to do with Louis Armstrong. Send IShowSpeed over there, knowing that a lot of the youth don't know who the hell this kid really is. Just like you didn't know Alpha, I didn't really rock with IShowSpeed. Nobody really rocked with IShowSpeed. We saw the stupidity, we saw the buffoonery, we saw all the tap dancing, Stephen catching type stuff going on with him, and we was like, nah, we're not gonna support that type of stuff. However, the supremacists saw that and they started putting money behind them. So now, whether you like it or not, this man is a celebrity, and he's a celebrity globally. And they're hoping that the youth within foundational Black Americans see him over there going to all those countries, and then they could say, well, see, everything that, you know, FBA's been saying has been incorrect. You know, everything that FBA has been saying about Africans not liking y'all has been incorrect, even though you have people from Africa come over here tell us that that's the case. Even though you have people that's here in America that comes from Nigeria and Mali and places like that who tells us that that is the situation. Their parents raised them off of stay away from the Akata. Their parents raised them off of stay away from the Jareer. But they want us to silence up while they indoctrinate our children to believe that Africa is a better place for them. It's the same thing with that Frank, what's his name? Frank
Milgood.
Yeah, frankly, an idiot Zanu, that guy. You know, the same thing that he made very apparent that a lot of people didn't pick up. And I know you did, my brother Alpha, because you're so astute with this situation. When he said that, you know, I take Black American children over to Africa to build for African children over there. When have Frank Lee, an idiot, brought African children to America to build for American children over here? This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to make our children believe that it's more honorable to do for them than to do for us, to do for themselves, to do what their ancestors wanted to do, which is make sure that not just them, not just their children, not just us of the children, not just our children, but our children's children and their children's children had a chance to survive in a country that our ancestors built. And that's what they're doing right now.
Well, let me tell you something. Y'all better follow my brother Church. The link all in the chat. I'm telling you, this brother right here, the future. I'm telling y'all. Y'all make sure you follow my brother, because if you want to see them tethers get shook, then let my brother talk. By the way, shout out to you, brother. I was listening to a space the other day. I was on the space and you said it, fam. You told that tether, you said, you need to run like a lion is chasing you. Damn. And that's the way they running from delineation, like a lion's chasing them. Brother, let me ask you a question. I'm going to let you slide out, family. But before I let you go, let me ask you this question, because I had to have you come up and really break Pan-Africanism down, because a lot of people think that this is something new. Everybody thinks that this is a new thing, and you understand because you remember what it was like when they would Pan-African us, when we rejected it, some of the lies about Pan-Africanism. Tell everybody how the term scam Africanism is not a new term. It's been around.
No, scam Africanism back in LA when I was growing up, right? There was this place we used to call the alley, and that's where a lot of our brothers and sisters used to go to sell their products and things like that. We used to always see the Africans over there, the ones that were in the facility. They will be over there basically selling different purses and things like that, counterfeit purses, counterfeit DVDs and things like that. And when I say counterfeit DVDs, it's like all of the, you know how when the the Chinese movie situation started kicking off and Bruce Lee was getting real big and things like that. After all of that, it was the Africans that started bootlicking those movies back in the 90s where I was coming from, right there in LA, right in the alley. Anybody from LA know about the alley, right? So these folks was already called scammers because they was telling us that it was the newest movies. And then we would put the movies in the DVD player, and it was just a whole different movie. It might said Enter the Dragon. We put in the movie. It was some movie that was like from East Africa somewhere that was called Enter the Bushmeat or something like that. Enter the Afghan. I did like my brother.
Yeah, Enter the Rhino.
Enter the Rhino. You know, chasing the aardvark, right? Like these are the type of movies that we were seeing. Like I was like, where the hell is it? And that's where I first started hearing about Africans being scammers, right? And to be honest with you, a lot of folks who are trying to make it seem like we're just now making up that Africans been scamming and things like that. You can go within Africa and talk to these different countries within countries where they were scamming each other, right? Where they're allowing the Nabisco to come into their country, no passport needed. But if you're another African from a different country, then you have to pay a toll fee. And that toll fee is always going to be something that is going to hit your pockets a little bit. And anybody who traveled through Africa, whether you Black American or whether you're not Black American, you know that, god dang it, when you touch down in Africa, you're going to get people talking about little, or they're going to try to hold you in a situation where it's like, hey, if you want these bags, you want this bag cart, you got to pay us, when the bag cart is actually free. You see what I'm saying? So we didn't come up with this Africans being scammers term. This has been passed down from other Africans. And then we ended up seeing it where I came from in Los Angeles. You feel what I'm saying? And we knew it to be true. And ever since then, they just been proving it correct after correct after correct after correct. We're not out here setting up these scamming ass ways. They're just scamming for their own good. How many people? I just want to ask you this question, my good brother Alpha. Have you ever walked up to any African and handed them a goddamn phony degree?
Never.
Have you ever walked up to an African and said, hey, this is how you scam the American government?
Never.
I know your parents didn't do that, and my parents and my grandparents didn't do that. So why would they do that if they didn't already come from a culture that thought that that was okay? Now, mind you, their government is scamming them in their own country. You don't think that they're going to leave their country and bring whatever they had there in their country with them? You heard the woman in the think tank try to make it seem like, how can I retain my culture when I got here? You feel what I'm saying? What culture is she trying to retain? That's the cold part about it, because when you look at what they're doing over there, you wouldn't want to hold on to any of that stuff that they're doing over there and try to bring it along with them. Maybe some of your food. Okay, I'll give you that. Maybe some of the way you dress. Okay, I'll give you that. But you're not going to get over here and think that the cultural differences is so large, because everybody got food that's cultural. Everybody got clothing that's cultural. Our cultural clothing goes across the world. So I know she didn't think that she was holding on to that. So what cultural part was she trying to hold on to when she came to these Americas? And that's the thing that we're not seeing. Well, I don't want to say we're not seeing. They're not seeing, and we're bringing to the forefront about this. We're not the same. We've been holding on to our culture because our culture is here in this country. Our culture built this country. Our culture is the heartbeat of the country. And if you take away foundational Black American culture from America, the heartbeat in itself, the country will cease to exist. It will be unalive. In the very same way, if you take someone's heart out of their chest, the brain cannot function. This is how this works. Family, I'll land with this. None of these people, and I mean none of these people, are doing this in a vacuum. And I love that you played, my good brother, you played the think tank that was, because there were so many things that I had to write down. I was trying to pull from it because this is them talking out of their own mouths. The woman asks, she says she has to make sure that she puts together and asks people the question, what's your immigration story? Who's the only people in this country that don't have an immigration story? She's telling you exactly where her mindset is. She brings up intersectionality. On my platform, I've already done a whole video breaking down why intersectionality does not work for the foundational Black American, because it trains you to say that you're Black and I'm Black and LGBTQ. I'm Black and a pirate. I'm Black and I'm from Jamaica. I'm Black and, when intersectionality is not, it does not benefit us. And that in itself should show you that you need to be standing on your square for your lineage, god dang it, because that intersectionality is trying to make our children stand on the square for everyone else while negating the fact that they are a wrecking ball in themselves. See, the wall of W supremacy is a brick wall. And when it comes to foundational Black Americans and us be unified like we've been unified, we are quite literally the wrecking ball. And they know that we're the wrecking ball. And when they know that we're the wrecking ball, they got to try to dismantle the wrecking ball. Well, intersectionality is a way to dismantle that wrecking ball. It breaks you down into sectors, and they make sure that you don't look at your Black queen as your partner, and she don't look at her Black king as her partner. Y'all look at each other as opposing threats to each other because of the intersectionality. Well, I'm Black, but I'm also a woman, so I must stand up for women. Well, I'm Black, but I'm also a man, so I must stand up for men. And the Black woman, she's against Black men, and the Black men is against Black women, and men are against women, and women are against men. This is the fragmentation of intersectionality, and this is what they've been plotting for a long damn time. This is what they've been using for a long damn time. How do you think that basically the whole feminist movement came about? It came about because they wanted to fragment us, because we was fighting for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And shout out to our sister, Sojourner Truth, because when the Nabisco women wanted to pull them into the women's movement, Sojourner Truth understood that they was basically trying to use her, because they didn't think that the Nabisco woman should not have voting rights, but the Black men should. And Sojourner Truth said, no, I'm not going to allow y'all to use me in order to say that Black men should not have the right to vote. Hell, those same Nabiscos tried to use the 14th Amendment in order to say that they should be able to get the right to vote as well, and they were denied by the Supreme Courts. So damn. I just want to say, we've always stood with each other when it came down to overpowering the whole imperial system that had a problem with us. What about these other folks?
Damn. Woo! Y'all make sure you follow my brother. That's what I'm saying. And this happens all the time on the channel. All the time, family. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe right now. Real facts, real time, real FBA, real brothers, real sisters, real riders. Make sure you tap in, family. I'm going to send you the biggest certified salute. You know I got to have you on back, brother, because don't nobody take him to church like my brother Church.
My
Amen,
brother, can I say one more thing before I go?
Yes, indeed.
1 year ago exactly, my good brother Black Alpha came on my platform and did an interview with me. And 1 year later, I'm right back here. It's apropos that I'm on his platform, and he didn't gave me the opportunity to have a conversation with you all. So I just want you all to know that this isn't nothing out of line. The ancestors made sure that this worked out the way that it did, because guess what? This is just a family reunion, family. That's all that is. But thank you for having me, my brother. You already know how it goes. I look forward to being here the next time.
Appreciate you, brother. Stay good, stay strong, fam. Certified salute, brother.
Yes, sir.
Damn, I didn't even know that. Ain't that something, family? I did not even know that. My brother just told me. So you see that our ancestors work in certified ways. Certified ways. All y'all, right now, we got a hell of a lot of people in here. Subscribe to my brother church right now, ASAP. Go on, fam, because we about to continue to cook, and you already know what it is. Let me take everybody right on back down the slide, family. We talking about scamming, right? And there's a big situation going on up there in Minnesota with scammers. Do y'all know they try to tie us into that as well? Yeah. Oh, family, I told you, as soon as we started, 100 miles an hour, coming in hot. We going down the list with every single tether, every single op. It don't matter. They all getting that work. And the work continues. Look at this right here, my brothers and sisters. Look at this guy. This man says Black Americans are attacking Somalis. And he said that we doing the W man's work. Can't make it up. Let's go.
So right now, we all know that, like, Somali people are under fire by the Trump administration right now, and the white conservative, the right wing as a whole. But the one thing I'm seeing right now is this huge budding discussion and argument between Black people, African American people, and Somali people. What's going on? Why am I seeing Black people going on and justifying these attacks, these ICE raids, this mobilization of force to the Somali community in Minneapolis, Minnesota, by saying that we voted for Trump somehow? And these are talking points that come from conservative people that are incorrect. Islet that says Somali, where are y'all getting this data from? This is very ignorant. And my question is, right, are the Black people who are attacking Somali people, are they doing the white people's work for them? Are the Black people who are attacking Somali people, are they doing the white people's work for them? Are you guys a heavily marginalized community?
Stop. Why you ain't worrying about why y'all getting snatched up right now? Y'all notice this, family? Well, the Black people doing this, the white people are doing this. Again, they always project what the white man does to them onto us, because that's their sneaky way of not having to deal with it or having to face it. They don't want to face massa because they love massa. So the simplest, easiest thing to do is for them to try to dump that off on us. Y'all out there scamming left and right, billions of dollars, and you're mad now that the whole damn country are calling y'all scammers. So you want to come in FBA. Again, I'm not your problem. I'm from America. I'm going to be in America. Are you going to be in America is the question. Nope. And if you are in America, are you going to be in jail? Yep. So you got some nope and some yep problems, and both of them are bad. So quit worrying about FBA, and you need to start worrying about Tom Homan. Yep.
In America, also attacking Somali people, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know what's going on, but I'm discussing it right here in my live right now.
So what else? I even went to the Somalians because they had a lot of child care centers in Columbus, Ohio, and I was trying to figure out, how are y'all doing it? Like, can you put me on? Can you help me? And guess what? They wasn't trying to help me.
Finally, somebody admitted the animosity and jealousy that is at the root of the Somali hate train, right? And there's a lot to be said about that in and of itself, right? But one thing I want to talk about is, how are you going to come on social media and be happy that this right-wing agenda and all this harmful rhetoric is being pushed to Somali people, and then later on say, it's not our fight? Oh, these people, we've been trying to warn them. Oh, well, you guys didn't listen. But now look, the real life impacts in the state of Minnesota.
It affects everybody. FBA, are y'all affected by this? Let me ask this. Damn this tether. Damn him, what he's talking about. He's scared. He hurt. He worried. He's upset right now. Let me ask y'all this question. Are you guys affected right now by what's going on in Somalia? Or should I say Minnesota? Or should I say Minnesomalia? Are you guys affected by it? Because this tether just said everybody's affected by it. I don't see a bunch of everybody's affected by it. I see a bunch of foundational Black Americans who are unaffected. And then that really goes back to prove what we be talking about, ain't it, fam? Y'all notice what we say is 100% true, right? Y'all notice they're mad because we're not affected? That's really what it is. See, hell no, hell no. We're a bunch of non-affected foundational Black Americans. So my question then becomes this. If we're not affected and you're so mad about it, you want me to be, don't you? You want to put all this on foundational Black Americans. What pisses everybody off, fam, is that we're not affected by their problems. Their problems are not our problems. They've been running around for eons trying to tell us that their problems are our problems. The black and brown, the coalitions, that's a black problem. The people of color problems, that's a black problem. The BIOPS, that's a black problem. What we came to find out, fam, is that none of those are black American problems. They got their own that does not include us. And this is what pisses everybody off. They want us all to suffer like they suffer. They want us to suffer in their homeland the same way they suffer in their homeland. That's why they want us all to move over there. They want us to get deported and suffer, but we can't get deported because we are indigenous foundational black Americans, non-deportable. Every single thing that these people do and say is some type of means of them wanting us to suffer with them over there. Pull us down, we too high. And then the problem becomes you want us to go down, you want us to suffer, you want us to fall, you want to drag us down, but your little tether arms don't reach that high. So if your tether arms don't reach that high, you can't get us to inherit your problems. It's done. Fam, see, that's what's happening now. We're done inheriting everybody else's problem. All right? We're done. Black Americans will no longer inherit any other person's problems. Your problems are personal. Hold your own nuts. That's what it is. See, you got to understand, when you call yourself a term that someone else gave you, you've now married into their issues. So if you called yourself black and brown, now deportation becomes your issue because brown folks got a deportation problem. If you call yourself an African American, now you got to deal with all of the insanity going on in Africa because you've married their problems. We have disconnected, differentiated ourselves, delineated ourselves. So therefore, your problems remain your problems. Your problems remain your problems. And our problems we take care of because we problem solvers. Simple math, everybody. You can put down the calculator. FBA ain't inheriting nobody's problems. Therefore, everybody else has to suffer on your own. And we over here in our own homeland making it do what it does. Look at this right here, family. This is another thing. Let me tell y'all, man, I want to tell y'all this. I've been wanting to tell y'all this for a long time. So all the stuff that you see going on right now, and they out here trying to run this IShowSpeed and all of these different things they're doing. Family, do y'all know now they're trying to come up with a diaspora heaven? Not lying. They're trying to create a diaspora heaven, a diaspora utopia. Do you know that they're trying to find places and buy places where they say they're going to infuse Black American culture with the culture of the diaspora and put them together and create this wonderful promised land where all the diaspora people can hang out? So the same time that we say we're going to get our land and reparations, they're telling us, don't worry about your land. We're making a land. They've got land developers right now, alleged land developers, AKA scammers. But what they're trying to do now, fam, they're saying that they're going to come up with a community where Black Americans can run to and go live with Jamaicans and Africans and live in diaspora heaven. Now, you know Black Alpha wouldn't tell you that unless I was going to show you that. Y'all watch this one. This one is crazy. This man right here claims that he is going to build a Black American plus Caribbean culture, architectural blend of both. He says he's about to pull out the architect and he's going to create a utopia for all of us to get along. Watch this one.
What if we blended Black American and Caribbean culture to create a wellness space that really fused both cultural identities and spoke to both those individuals in culture? Now, Black American culture is extremely robust. They have pushed forth so much advancement in just overall Black culture. And Caribbean culture is also very robust. They have pushed forth so much cultural revolution. And what we have are two pillars within the Black community, amongst others, that have essentially helped to shape how we exist and live today. So what would a wellness space look like that was inhibiting and emitting of both of those particular styles? So let's start this off. When I think of a Black American space, I think of a deep porch. I think of conversations with grandmothers, nieces, nephews happening.
What? What? Look at him, fam. He said that's what it's going to look like. He said he's going to model this diaspora tether heaven to look like a Southern Black American church. He closing his eyes. Look at him, fam. Look at this man. How do I put it together? I envision the church in the house, and you sit down with grandma. Now they want to talk about grandma now. Now they want to talk about grandma. Just a minute ago, it was your grandma don't know what she really is. Didn't I tell you? They disrespect grandma on 1 minute. Now they over here. Look at this one. He bringing up nieces and nephews. He said he's going to take Black American culture, combine it with African and Caribbean culture, and make a tether heaven that we can leave America to go to. You can't make this up, brothers and sisters.
Nieces, nephews happening on a white painted deck that expands out about 6 feet. The top of the seating is round, and there are old cushions that have a worn smell to it, but not in a negative way, but in a manner where someone was here.
What? This is starting to get Skittles bag. Did this man said the damn seat got a smell to it? What? Fam, these damn tethers are getting zestier by the second. This is a zesty second. What the hell did he just say? It's going to have a smell to it. Not a bad smell now. I don't even know what to say. Speechless.
But not in a negative way, but in a manner where someone was here and this place has been lived in. So that's an immediate element that I would like to put into this particular structure. Now, like-minded, if I'm fusing Caribbean culture within this, what I want to involve is a sense of a play on minimal yet loud color. So essentially, instead of having creams on the interior, why not do tans, but essentially have a different texture to them? Now, I spoke of this in a previous video. What makes Caribbean culture Caribbean is the fact that there's a lot of vernacular aspect to the culture. And much like Black American culture, it's different in the sense that many of the spaces have a unfinished element to them. So instead of having a smooth drywall with crown molding at the top, what we have is essentially just a wall that goes up, but it would be porous. It would have a granular aspect to it that almost makes you want to go up to it and touch it. And so we can fuse those two and have a certain level of finished areas with vibrant colors, with a textured finish, with a blend of that Black American deep porch sophistication. And when I say Black American, I'm speaking more so from a vague tone, but in future videos, I do want to get into actual core areas, New Orleans, Atlanta, Tennessee, and other areas where...
No, Atlanta and Tennessee don't want your damn tether utopia. Hell no, fam. I'm telling you, you just seen it. You just seen it, right? You just seen what dude just did. He literally just said he's about to make a damn a tether utopia. I'm going to take the wood that reminds me of grandma's house. And then I'm going to take some Jamaican curry chicken and put the chicken on top of the wood. Then we'll have chicken wood where we can all get together on Saturday. Hell no. And notice he said he wants to do it where? America. Why they always want to do something in my hood? Do it in your own. They always want to do something in America. Don't come. No, Georgia don't want none of that. It's always Pan-Africanism. Where are we going to do it? In America. How about Black and Brown Coalition? Where are we going to do it? America. How about this tether diaspora heaven that I'm going to create? We're going to do it in America because you ain't got the means to do it where you're from. And if you ain't got the means to do it where you're from, don't come over here trying to do it where I'm from. You're not welcome. We don't want you. Listen, if Donald Trump can get on TV and he could talk about the Somalians and them and they eating the dogs and they don't want them here, well, damn it, I don't want you here. Since we just throwing out the I don't want, then you go there. Don't come around FBA neither. Okay, since we on that type of time. If we on that type of time, then how about no, you just leave as well. That's what they don't like, fam. They want us to be over there on some, man, come on in. No. We say never tetherland. That's funny as hell. That is funny. Yep, he wants to create never tetherland. That is funny. Where they all get together and we all just hang out. This is the delusion. Matter of fact, I'm glad you said that. I appreciate that one. That's a good segue. I'm glad you just gave me that, family. In this never ever tetherland, you have a lot of delusion, a lot of just crazy ass people. Very crazy. Do you know Africans are on the internet and they telling Donald Trump they ain't got to go home if they don't want to? They saying you ain't going to deport none of their kids. They said if you come around their kids, then you going to find out the hard way. Watch this, family. Talking about delusion, we go from never tetherland to this woman right here who looks like never been on a diet. Never didn't eat the whole damn 2-topping pizza. Never didn't come back for seconds and thirds. This person says African kids ain't getting sent back. Not on my watch. Watch this, family. Now they saying who is and ain't getting deported.
The new older generations of adults, I know some African kids. I mean, I see them from time to time. Like, I know of people who got kids, but I don't really be in their life, so that don't really count. But if I ever get to a situation where they trying to send you back to Africa on some bullshit, oh, you need to learn discipline. No, y'all all gotta learn how to cope together and figure this out as a family, nigga. Times is hard. You trying to send a motherfucker back? How are you gonna born me in an environment and then try to switch in my environment and then try to act confused when a bitch ain't acclimating how you want? Breathe, cause I ain't going back. Cause I ain't going back. Cause I ain't going back unless I choose to. So back to whether it's a fucking immigrant, a parent who want to send a kid back, or the fucking this dookie booty ass administration, I ain't going back unless I want to. The new older generation.
Fam, who you think gonna win that battle? Her or Donald Trump? Who gonna win that one? Her or Department of Homeland Security? She said she ain't going back. She said, I ain't going back. You can do this the damn administration ain't gonna tell me to go. She said it.
Gotta learn how to cope together and figure this out as a family, nigga. Times is hard. You trying to send a motherfucker back? How are you gonna born me in an environment and then try to switch in my environment and then try to act confused when a bitch ain't acclimating how you want? Breathe, cause I ain't going back. Cause I ain't going back. Cause I ain't going back.
She said she ain't going back. There ain't no damn discussion in the matter. Okay. I bet you will. I bet you be the first one back. You ain't gonna see her videos no way. Yeah, Trump gonna win that one. This is what they had. They really think in their head like they got some type of play. You know what I'm saying? Like they out here holding it down in the streets. No. You gonna be going back. You gonna be going back. It's funny though, fam. Weren't they telling us to go back to Africa? Is that what this is really about? Can we be honest? Let's talk some real talk. Let's be some straight shooters here, family. Is this what a lot of this hatred and jealousy is? Weren't they the ones telling us that we need to go back to Africa? And now are they upset that they got to go back to Africa? I think this is where a lot of the problem is coming from, y'all. These individuals been telling Black Americans that we needs to go back to Africa. But on the flip side of that, y'all, I'm looking at the scenario and it says that they're the ones going back. So they've been trying to get us to go back to a place we ain't never been to, but now you're seeing that they are the ones who got to go back to the place that they don't want to be. So it basically is this. You're mad at foundational Black Americans because you got to go back to your motherland. That's really what it is. You got to go back to your motherland and you're mad that I ain't leaving mine. You see what happens with these individuals, y'all, and why these individuals don't know what the hell they talking about? That's really what it is. That's what it is. You're mad Black Americans ain't got to go back to the place that you're from. How you going to be? Listen, hold on. Wait a minute now. Let's keep real now. How you going to be mad at Black Americans for not having to go back to a place we're not from while you're mad that you got to go back to that place? This is what it's all about, y'all. Africans are mad because they got to go back to Africa while they were telling us to go back to Africa. We ain't ever been, but they about to get deported. That's just a crazy damn thing, y'all. And when I tell y'all there's been a lot of crazy things going on, one of the main things that we've been talking about is this whole Scam African little tour that you got going on with iShow. And I'm going to tell you something that people have put together, and it ain't just us. Black Americans have responded, and Black Americans don't like what they seeing. Hell no. Watch this right here. Because we've been talking about these zesty tethers and a lot of weird stuff they've been doing. Family, did y'all see the whole IShowSpeed thing where he was talking about how to suck a banana? The hell? Fam, so everybody's saying that this man is the Black American ambassador. And we've been saying hell to the no. Because we know lame, goofy ass stuff when we see it. IShowSpeed is nothing more than a very skeptical background streamer. He's nothing more than just a scrag. That's just all dude is. Just a little streamer who does goofy stuff, ain't got nothing to do with blackness. And we're not going to allow them to continue to reel people in over here to our community. Look at this right here, family. Look at this. Brothers and sisters been seeing what's happening. It's just brothers and sisters are now calling it out. Watch this.
Africa has a huge problem. Now they about to let this goofy melanated brother named IShowSpeed travel to a lot of these African countries. Now, while you have countries like Burkina Faso and the Sahel states that are getting organized and they're being revolutionized so that they can have a great future for their country, you have other countries that have said, let's let this distracting entertainer and extractor come inside of our country and corrupt our youth. Now, the issue with this melanated goofy is that IShowSpeed, he does these streams where he goes around to foreign countries and makes melanated people just look stupid. Now, we can understand why they would let somebody like this rise to power, because we are probably people that think in a higher state of mind. But this brother right here lets people call him the N-word. He goes around barking at people, and he's made a song about how to suck a banana. You know what I'm talking about, people. And he's made a song about how to suck a banana, about how to suck a banana, about how to suck a banana.
What? What the hell? What the F? But it's true. That's exactly what it is, y'all. He literally had that. Look at him. Hey, boy, he got a little too into the song, didn't he? He got into that song.
Goes around barking at people, and he's made a song about how to suck a banana. You know what I'm talking about, that Guac Guac 3000. Africa has a huge problem. Now,
yeah, you know what? You make a good point in the chat. That's very African behavior. That's very African behavior. Y'all know what some of the stuff he does reminds me of? That reminds me of that big groove Nigerian dude that be eating the food and jumping around. IShowSpeed is a minstrel show, okay? And Black Americans don't rock with no damn minstrel shows. Everything he does is a bunch of damn COON and buffooning. A bunch of that tap dancing stuff. We don't do that. That's the real type of energy that you all get from that damn dude that's jumping around. This was him talking about the banana video. Oh, I got freeze frames and I got receipts, fam. You know, that's all I do. There you go. They don't want to talk about it. We gonna talk about it because we be about it. No. Don't come around here talking about no damn ambassador. Ain't no damn ambassador. No. No. This ain't nothing but a scam African plan, fam. Don't be surprised in the next 4 or 5 years if he comes out and he's on some Little Nas X type of stuff. Now, I'm not saying that he's wrong for being who he is. What I'm telling you is who he is ain't us, whether through lineage or whether through being certified. Ain't no damn minstrel show representing us. That damn show ain't representing us at all. So they can take that one all the way back. And foundational Black Americans, we gonna see it. Absolutely. Fam, I'm getting real Little Nas X. Remember Little Nas X was on some industry plant. And basically a lot of brothers and sisters are saying IShowSpeed is an industry plant. You're getting the same industry plant energy from him. Came out of nowhere, rocketed straight to the top. Ain't that the same thing with Little Nas X? Remember with Little Nas X, they were making it look like he was sleeping on his sister's couch. He bought an instrumental for $30. Next thing you know, he's got a multi-million-dollar video. Remember that? And we was all like, nah, that's industry plant. Soon as that happened, he started doing what? Pushing every other agenda, didn't he? And then he did it on who? Black Americans. Same exact thing that you're seeing with IShowSpeed. A streamer that gets big, goes all over the damn planet, goes and hangs out in all these different places. And then what? After all of that ends up going down, next thing you know, it's Pan-African and everybody's talking about go back to Africa and he's waking up people. And I ain't seen him say, hey, I'm just doing it for me. No, it's the same thing. And yeah, Little Nas X on a tether. So you see what we talking about. Like I say, fam, they're going to flip-flop, they're going to twist and turn, but always follow the paperwork. That's going to take you to where you got to go. And another thing people were saying, remember they were saying that he went over to Asia and he went over to Europe, and they try to make it look like he was over there and Black Americans, we mad at him, but they were over there loving him. Let me tell you this, fam. He was over there getting called the N-word left and right. Do you know they literally were throwing monkeys at this dude? I'm not lying. Fam, they always gonna try to spin this thing like it's something Black Americans did wrong. No. You had a lot of these people right here. And what were they doing, family? They was on the internet. They were hate tweeting against foundational Black Americans. Why were they doing that? They were hate tweeting against foundational Black Americans because they seen that we, quite frankly, just didn't believe it. They seen that we weren't going for it. They looked one time and said, those foundational Black Americans, they're not really falling for the okie doke. So what's the next thing they end up trying to do, fam? They start saying, well, we need to go ahead and let the Black Americans know that they always got a place at home. He was over there, and when he was over in Europe, fam, they were doing all types of racist stuff. He didn't say nothing, just like how Africans be. They didn't take it. They were like, all right, what it is. That's cool. We just going to go ahead and do what we got. Well, we're going to do what we got. And we're going to start calling things out precisely for what it is. And what it is, it ain't us. And family, there ain't nothing wrong with something not being you. Hell no. And we're not going to sit here and be like, well, you know, the dominant society. Let me tell you one thing they always do. They always point to the dominant society whenever they want to try to convince us to get on board. I want everybody to understand that. This is an old play they've been doing for years, fam. They always say, well, the dominant society. Notice this, y'all. And I mean this. Lock this in. Notice that all of these other people, mops, they never bring up white supremacy unless they're trying to get Black Americans involved in their situation. They know bringing up supremacy is going to be a trigger point for us because we've been the only ones who ever fought supremacy. So they always bring up supremacy as a means to get FBA to do something. It's like that person who says, hey, man, you need to go over there. I know you like football. They're watching football over there. Hey, man, I know you like McDonald's. Let's go over there. I'll get you some McDonald's. They're always using supremacy as bait to get Black Americans involved. How do you know they don't care about supremacy like they say they do? It's because they don't ever do nothing against supremacy. The world knows Black Americans fight white supremacy. So therefore, anytime they're in a jam, they're always like, supremacy's doing it, because they know that's something that'll get us up. Our antennas go up when we hear about supremacy. Their antennas don't go up when they hear about supremacy. So they always use that and they try to use it against us. We ain't going for none of that. That ain't going to work. And I'm going to tell you another thing that ain't going to work, family, and this will never work. What never work is when me and my certified foundational Black American brothers is holding it down, and you get these dusty, rusty, filthy tethers that got something to say about us. How many of y'all remember the video I did a couple weeks ago with our good brother Ant CEO and our good brother Dave Anderson? Well, family, do y'all know it came to me that this tether guy tagged me in the video? And I thought this guy was going to say something, and he made a whole video mad at foundational Black Americans. Do y'all know that? Do you know a tether had the nerve to make a video and say, you Black Americans don't get it. You Black Americans don't understand. Let me tell y'all something, okay? I told y'all they be in there hating on us, okay? They be mad. Well, they gonna stay mad. Let me tell y'all, let me show y'all this video right here. This dude went and made a whole video about us. Still hating. You're still mad. You're still hating. Well, guess what? There ain't no type of hatred that's going to save you from this roasting. This dude went, made a whole video, can barely talk, out here completely anti-us. What's the name? Nana Kuwakaku? Okay, whatever the hell it is. Okay, just a tether to me. But watch this, fam. He goes in talking about FBA. And are you mad, tether? Get it together. See, look, he can't even talk. They came with Black Americans, did what? Did Black people? No. We're going to get it. There you go. Watch this, family.
And CEO at Black Alpha 16 at the Business Bully. This story, Pan-African haters with facts. Okay, see, this is we haven't even gotten into the video. These people are intellectually lazy. Now, you don't have a skill.
Look at that. Off the jump, fam. Intellectually lazy who don't have a skill. You hear it? This is who they want you to connect with, fam. This is who they said you need to connect with. Out the gate, already using anti-Black American tropes.
Okay, I don't know these people, but I can guess. You don't have a skill. Like, you haven't built a skill outside of just doing some social media.
You haven't built the skill. We built America. We built this country. You can't even build any subscribers. You got 29 likes on this. Okay, so you doing basically what my waiting rooms do. This is what we talking about.
You're making some money off of this because, as you can see on this page, this gentleman has his donation goal. He's trying to make $500. There's a Cash App, there's a YouTube, then there's his Instagram.
Here come the pocket watching. Now he pocket watching, fam. There you go.
Check this out.
Here we go.
Completely white.
No. Pocket watching. Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. Freeze. Look at this right here, fam. Did he not just sit there and talk about Black Americans wanting money? And his page, what? Monetized? Did he just go into a commercial? You see what I'm saying? These tethers, they wear flip-flops. They flip-flop on every subject. And their hairline flip-flops backwards. He's sitting there talking about they want money. They want money. As soon as you turn around, he got an ad on his video. He got an ad on his video. Why you got an ad on your video? Because you want some damn money. All right, you're over here pocket watching foundational Black Americans. You all in our business, worrying about what we doing, how much money we making. Soon as you say all of that, next thing you know, you got a what? You got a damn ad on your video, and the ad don't even want to be around you. See, here's the difference. We are out here practicing group economics. This man out here practicing bushmeat economics, and it don't work too good for you. You see what I'm talking about? These people staying consistently worrying about foundational Black Americans. We invented this whole damn thing, and then the next thing you know, he starts saying things that go back to him. Proceed. This is more, y'all. Watch this. Damn, that hairline is gone. Jesus. Here we go, fam. More hating on foundationals. Oh, we are in the place. We about to.
Why do you have to like talk like this? How is that presentable? Like why are people listening to how is this presentable? Is this the culture, the so-called culture that people are copying?
Let it be known. Foundational Black. This man just said Black America. Oh, we about to get this dude. Oh, he in trouble. Oh, he in trouble now. He in trouble now. Wait, hold up, wait a minute. Did he just say Black Americans such as myself, who y'all know we talk with our hands, and Black Americans are animated? Did he say, what did this? By the way, he was zesty as hell. I seen Skittles flying. I think I seen the Starburst hit the damn camera. Y'all seen all that, family? I think RuPaul done walk goddamn by. Don't talk to me, foo-foo RuPaul. Don't talk to me about that. See, you ain't got the energy that Black Americans got. Let me tell you what we got, fam. Black Americans, we are very, very charismatic, and we mean what we say, and we say what we mean. We got passion when we talk. We don't just sit there with no hairline, with no woman, with no DICK, and just hate on people. We don't do those things. We're not out here with Mazda 6 commercials because we have no money in our pockets. We don't like all your fruit roll-ups and fruit by the foots. We have hairlines that go forward. Yours goes backwards. You got a backwards forehead. Is it presentable? Apparently it is, because you don't have nobody watching you. Are you mad? Fam, I know a tether ain't trying to tell us about who is presentable. Everything that we presented has been watched and copied. We presented America, everybody, all eyes on us. We presented every form of music, hip hop, jazz, gospel, rock and roll. We presented every single sport, win them all. We presented every single invention. We presented every single war that we fought in, including ones in your homeland that you ain't ever lifted a damn fingernail. So it looked like our presentations are dominating up. It looks like everything we do, everybody watching us. And it looks like every time we roast you, you ain't got nothing to say. So when I tell everybody that these tethers are out here and they run in their mouth and they jealous that they wish they had the charisma and the style, and apparently they wish they had the looks of us, but you ain't got it. You ain't built for it. You're not built to build your homeland, and you're not built to talk when a foundational Black American is talking. Only thing you can do is be quiet and listen and take notes. That's it, Mr. Fufu. Proceed. Black American up and everybody else down. Shout out to the.
Yep, you guys up, everybody else down. That is the mentality that has kept your community in shambles. And that is why nobody respects your community. In case you don't know, you can't command that respect that you think you have when you guys present this to the world. Everybody's watching this. You know, you might think this is in your little small spaces and nobody does watch them, but it's on the internet, fool. Everybody watches it.
Fam, and how you feel? Everybody watches it. Yeah. And nobody watches you. So you're talking about the guy who ain't got nobody watching them, talking about what we doing over here. How you not being watched, talking about people who get watched all the time? Let's just be honest with you. You're broke. You're broke. You ain't got nothing going for you. You come from a broken homeland. You ain't got nothing going on over there in your homeland. Only thing that you got to look forward to, Mr. Tetherman, is deportation and colonization. That's it. I didn't hear reparations anywhere in there. Nope. I didn't hear a beautiful woman anywhere in there. Nope. And that beautiful hyena woman does not count. Okay. You got to stay in the human world. All right. You don't have anything to look forward to in your life. Not at all. The same way you don't like looking forward to the mirror, because what's looking back at you is a massive disappointment. You've been a nobody your whole life, but you're going to be a somebody today, because I'm going to do you the best favor anybody's ever done. I'm going to put you on that FDA screen. Remember, our Summer Jam screen will show itself in the springtime, in the autumn, in the winter, and it does wonders in January. Family, y'all seen dude talking. You seen him running his mouth. He talking about who's what and what anybody else is. Family, I found out what this guy really is and what he's really about. You're hating on foundational Black Americans because we cool, calm, and collected. We stay fly and always ride. And everything you do is a knockoff, bootleg version of us. Family, I want y'all to say hello to that guy and his failed rap career. I found out this man wanted to be a rapper. And I found out what his rap name was. And family, I want everybody to say hello to 50 Cent. Okay? 50 Cent ain't got a cent in his pocket. 50 Cent ain't even got lint in his pocket. 50 Cent is dirty and dusty. He looked like a knockoff version of Curtis Jackson. 50 Cent said he don't even want to do a documentary about this guy because the damn documentary might have too many flies. And speaking of flies, how come 50 Cent got that damn fly on his arm? And the fly wants to get on the camera. But I thought it was a fly, and then I found out the fly might be this man's woman. I don't know yet. Wait till all the facts come out. 50 Cent can never talk about a foundational Black American. Never. Because 50 Cent still got that foo-foo must. And look, the elephant in the back is crashing the picture. I be damned. But you guys are familiar with his songs, right? Y'all ain't heard this dude's songs? Family, he's got a famous song. It was very big on the radio in Zimbabwe. It was called You Can Find Me in the Mud Hut. He also got another one called 21 Colonizers. You ain't heard about 21 Colonizers? Or You Can Find Me in the Mud. He's got Find Him in the Mud Hut. How about this one? He's got another song called I'll Take You to the Bamboo Stick. Colonizer hits him across the head and he won't say shit. How about that one? That's it, fam. What about 21 Colonizers? And he talks about his girl. He says, squirrel, is it easy to love him now? Will you love him when he is down and out? And the squirrels are on him, family. Look at that. Will you still have love for him? He said he'll take you to the bamboo stick. Do, 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 do. Colonizer gonna split your ish. Do, 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 do. This man is the 50 Cent, and he's talking about the FBA. You can't talk about the FBA. You've got zebras in the background. Why are you talking about us? Why? We need to know. Why are the squirrels in your picture? You getting photobombed by fly. Look at the lions in the background. Shout out to Mufasa. Shout out to Mufasa. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have to share your continent with this. It's a bad day. And I understand why all the squirrels want to get on there. I get it, y'all. But it is what it is. And by the way, family, this is 50 Cent, and he's a part of a famous group. It's called Flea Unit. Yeah, and all they do is flee from unit to unit. And the units I'm talking about typically can be found in a Europeaner's pants. You pick and choose. So don't you ever talk about a foundational Black American brother or sister, because we gonna get with you and you gonna cry in your village. FBA all damn day. We line them up and then we knock them out. Easy work. That's how we do. They don't want no problems. They don't want none. They know I'm the greatest. They know I'm the greatest of all time. They don't want no problems, family. You got good, then you got great, and then you got phenomenal, family. And we reside at the top. 50 Cent, 21 Colonizers. I'll take you to the bamboo stick. Okay. All of those that exist in FBA's presence. So we present this FBA ass whooping. Easy work. Checkmate. Fam, we ain't done. We don't hide. We don't run. We ain't here. We on one. You know, a party ain't a party if we don't come. Look at this, fam. This is another thing that these people been out here doing. Shout out to my brother EJ posted this. This guy said, when I was growing up in Nigeria, we always knew W people were the superior race until Black Americans infected us with their modern day Pan-Africanism. So first off, he's saying he don't like Pan-Africanism. And then second off, he's saying that the W's were the best race ever. Ever. What about this one? We ain't done. Nope. Africa will heal if they embrace and invites W's to take charge. Damn. Receipts piling in. Black Alpha, why they get this started? That's their problem. Family, I got all the receipts for days whenever I want to talk about these folks. Nobody will open their mouth and talk about our lineage, our heritage, or our culture. We run this thing with or without anybody, and when we run this thing, we run them out the paint. It feels good in the hood to be us. It's bad to be everybody who ain't us. That's why everybody who ain't us is upset. Look at them inviting the colonizer to come on in. Look at them inviting the colonizer to be their friend. And you wonder why back in the day they ain't win. Today they ain't win. And they kids ain't gonna win. You just come from a lineage of people who can't get their act together. And since you can't get your act together, it's best that you all flee together. And that's exactly what we making them do, y'all. We making them all flee together. One tether at a damn time, and we got time today. Yes, the hell we do. So if you notice, y'all, my good brothers and sisters, anytime we step to the plate on that FBA regulating, these people gone. Because the only thing they can do is really just run. You feel me? And they don't like the fact that what we've been doing as a lineage is that we've been out here They didn't think be out here really out loud putting their dirt in the street. They didn't expect that. They expected the times where they could operate with that little secrecy they had, because that's what it was always about. It was always about the things that they done nobody really brought up. Nobody really said for sure and for certain all the dirt that these individuals was doing. Now, Black Americans, we saying, oh, no, that's Filthy Cent from Flea Unit. Yep. And he can't get no women. Nope. But he's got a nice little squirrel and a bamboo stick on the back of his neck. That's what we've been saying. We've been showing all the tweets of these people talking about, so, oh, yeah, we just going to run. Yeah. We're going to take from America. We're going to leave America. Now they see that FBA can play the game however we want to play the game. And when we play the game, everybody just got to see exactly the way things turn out. Well, fam, another thing that's been going down over here on the Certified Time is that we've been showing everybody the fact that when these people pull up, we pull out, and it's game over. Absolutely, it's over now. Check this out. Did y'all see this right here? More scamming from the same exact people that you already knew was going to do the scamming. Watch this.
I traveled to Ghana and found out my Ghanaian friend wasn't really my friend, and he was trying to trick me into a K1 visa, and that he actually hates Black Americans. Now, this is someone that I met in middle school when we had a bunch of Africans come to the United States, to Louisiana, through a foreign exchange program, and they spent a semester with us. And we all just kept in contact on Facebook. We never discussed a relationship, and I didn't have any intent in being in a relationship with him. I'm in one. I'm a traveler. I'm not a vacationer. So this was more so of, hey, I'm coming to your country. Let's link up. He like, cool, I'm going to show you the country. Now, this is my second time going to Ghana, and it was the second time where he started acting like this. Now, a lot of y'all want to know, what exactly did he say about Black Americans? We'll get into that. But it was when I was eating his fufu that I realized what he was doing. And that he had me going to his cousin's wedding so we could basically get pictures so he could say to the immigration office, like, here, look, she be coming down here to see me and this and that and that.
Look at that, family. He was using this woman so he could take pictures and impress the immigration office. He was trying to impress the immigration office.
What do you think?
He said, when you go home, and then
I realized while we was eating, he was quiet. After he called his cousin in Tennessee who married this white woman for a visa and stuff, and he was trying to explain to me the process, I kind of just shoved the phone away, and he was really, really quiet after that.
what's wrong? My cousin,
Huh?
my cousin.
What you said?
He sent me the document.
Who, me?
Yeah, the document he talked about yesterday. He sent me sample like the way.
I just ignored him and changed the subject. The fish, some good. The fish good.
Can I try it?
Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of what he said about Black Americans was like, why don't we get married? Why does it seem like Black American men hate their women so much? Why are they criminals? Why
Same thing. Same racial tropes.
Why they don't get an education? Basically saying that we weren't hard workers and we're lazy in the land of opportunity. Why do we have so many conversations around 50-50? And the common saying, we don't know our culture and we don't have a culture. And the biggest thing that he said was that a lot of Black Americans complain about racism. So I had to give him a history lesson on Black Americans, because it was because of Black Americans complaining and protesting in the 60s, in the 70s, is why y'all asked to immigrate here in the first place. Right game, wrong girl.
You see, family? You see what I'm talking about? Look at them over there trying to use us to get over there. Yeah, let me tell you this, family. Let me tell you this, and this is what we talk about. You know it's sad when there's a million stories about the same people. The stories are always the same. The stories never change. The people may change, but the stories never change. Excuse me. The hairlines never change either because they're not there. So when you add a non-changing story and a non-changing hairline, I mean, you get the same exact results. And the results have been coming in, and FBA's been watching them, fam. That's exactly what we've been talking about by the same exact individuals over there with the anti-Black Americans. So I tell you again, when you leave these people to their own, and these people have to flee, and then they have to fend for themselves, fam, they don't know what to do next. They don't know what to do, and they don't know what's coming. Only thing they have is deportation. And speaking of deportation, which is about to get a lot worse, remember we were talking about a pause on migration and a pause on immigration because all they got to do is look forward to it. See, here's the thing. I got the power of getting you deported, which means you ain't got no power. Easy work. Look at this right here, family. This is what we mean by deportation and pausing of immigration is the next step. So Mr. Fufu ain't going to be able to scam no women because he ain't going to be able to come over here.
Just pause immigration applications for 39 countries. And this happened January 1st. So I'm reading this article in past tense. This already took place. Thursday, they released a memo stating that they will review all pending applications for visas, green cards, citizenships, and asylum from immigrants from all 39 countries. And they will take these reviews back to applications as far as 2021. This means they're going over the applications that were already submitted during the Biden administration. They're even reviewing those applications. Here's a list. I'm gonna put the list up here of the 39 countries in total. But far as now, they're not receiving.
Damn, that basically looks like Africa. That's the whole African map. Didn't we say, family, the next step was just pausing immigration, pausing migration? We said that was the next step. And there it is. There you go. You see right then and there. I don't know how else we can put this. What else to say? Pause means no. Fam, they got the whole map up. That's the whole map. That's literally the whole map of Africa. I see why you so mad. I see why you so dusty. I see why you just gave up on deodorant. They said, I'm not even going to try deodorant. No. Why? It ain't going to do nothing. I'm not going to be able to go to America any damn way. That's the whole map of Africa.
They're putting all these applications on pause, anything dealing with immigration status or immigration applications. So it goes on to say that USCIS remains dedicated to ensuring aliens from high-risk countries of concern who have entered the United States do not pose risk to national security or public safety. The memo states as rational for the pause and reviews to faithfully uphold United States immigration law, the flow of aliens from countries with high overstay rates, significant fraud with all the fraud that been going on in certain populations and communities, or both must stop. It has exceptions for the World Cup and Olympics, like athletes that's participating in the World Cup and Olympics. That's the only exceptions. But as far as now, this already took place. This happened. This is a past tense.
Damn. Sounds like we won't have to see any of you guys, huh? Sounds like you won't be having to worry about foundational Black Americans. See, let me tell you something. You can worry about us all you want to, but at the end of the day, what does it matter? You're still going to be in a car. You're still going to be in the village. We're still going to be great. We're still going to be laughing at you. You don't like the fact that we laugh at you, do you? Well, we're going to continue to do so because your situation is becoming more and more comical. How in the world do you come to the United States of America and you thought you had it? Boy, let's go back, fam. Let's go back about a year ago. Man, they thought they was in like Flynn, didn't they? Didn't they think they had it made, y'all? Remember when they came over here and they was just talking that talk? They was like, man, it don't matter. We going to be here. Y'all need to work harder. Now, they're going to get deported harder. And I'm going to laugh harder because I can't. See, foundational Black Americans, y'all, one thing we've been doing, we ain't been taking no nothing from nobody. 0 F's given. I'm loving seeing all my sisters shutting stuff down. I'm loving seeing my brothers shutting stuff down. Collectively, we shut it down. They sending out streamers and trying to Pan-African us. None of that stuff is working because FBA is just not allowing it to work. You feel me? I'm loving this era and this generation because we holding it down, holding the crown, and everybody's witnessing the power of FBA grassroots being on code. That's the best thing about it. And let me tell you something else, fam. Do you know when we put these receipts on the table? Absolutely right, my sister. It is absolutely amazing. And let me tell you what else is amazing. Do you know that you got people over in Africa and they're saying they're not going back to Africa because Africa has a wig snatcher epidemic? Fam, I showed you earlier the Utopia, what somebody said, the Never Never Tetherland. Yep. I showed you 50 Cent in Flea Unit, big ass fleas. And now let me show you the wig snatchers. In Lagos, fam, they got wig snatchers that are running up and doing exactly that, snatching people's wigs. They messing up all their damn tourism.
So this is real life. Please, if you're coming to Lagos for Daddy December or around December, January, February, maybe next year, please secure your wigs. Like me, I don't even have my wig secure. I'm trying to tell other people, but I'm riding around in the bike, and when I see somebody get their wig snatched, y'all, please, just don't be out here like me, glueless wig, just have a wig on my head. Before you know it, they're gonna snatch this wig off, and I'm gonna be very upset. I don't know what I'll do, but they're snatching wigs. I literally saw it with my own eyes. I was like, oh my God, this is a real thing. Like, first I thought it was just a joke, a trending joke. I'm like, people are so funny. No, and it's global people that's snatching the wigs. So please, if you're coming down here, I'm gonna try to secure my wig. Like, I need to try to sew it down, glue it really hard, maybe keep a scarf on. I'm probably gonna wear a scarf soon, but they are snatching the wigs.
Hide your kids and hide your wigs. Hide your kids and hide your wigs. What you gonna do with somebody's wig? Remember this, fam. They're that down bad that they're out there snatching people's wigs up. Man, I mean, how do you even get to that point in life? How you fail that bad and you be like, man, I done failed everywhere in life. What's the next step? Let's go ahead and just become wig snatchers. When you become a wig snatcher, just give up. Just turn yourself in. Just go to jail, go somewhere, but just get away from everybody else because you're a wig snatcher. And that right there shows you, fam, they ain't got a pot and a window to throw it out. They can't do nothing. And this is why we've shut down everything in the process, fam. And can you believe y'all rolling in the chat? Yeah, the wig snatchers, fam. The invasion of the wig snatchers. She was out there saying, just tuck your wig in. Don't let them do to your wig what they did to mine. And man, they out here going through it too, y'all. Now, y'all remember when the tethers would look somewhat normal, like a normal tether, which is like bad, but I mean, not terribly bad. Look at this tether right here, fam. This man is out here just look like he is going through. He done drank about a half a pint of hyena, beep, and he is going through it. Look at this guy. IShowSpeed is exposing U.S. propaganda. Man, brother, get your life together. Watch this.
That's the power of public perception and propaganda. Because before he went to Africa, people really thought that Africa was super poor. People had no houses. They was living in huts, that people would just walk around barefoot.
Boy, is this man going through it? Or is he born this way, y'all? Somebody let me know. Is this tether in distress? Did we create this, Black Americans? Did delineation get these tethers to the point where they look like they just rolled out of the damn TP? Is the mud hut not mud hutting? Is this the bushmeat blues? Because this man going through it. He having a difficult day. He having some hard times. Is this what happens when cosplaying goes wrong? Because damn, get it together. Put that pint of hyena away and straighten up, tether man. We broke these tethers. And he's broken. Yep.
Having to fetch water all the time and stuff, which that is true in some places, but that's not all of Africa. And people just generalize Africa as just being a super poor country, and that's not really the case. And Speed is exposing that. Just like with China, Speed exposed that China is really not as bad as America's making it seem. And Speed also exposed that Europe is not really as good as America make it seem. And at the end of the day, it really makes me wonder, what else did they try to teach us as where we're growing up that's not really the case in the real world? What is with all this propaganda trying to make?
He's talking about we. Bruh, I don't think you are a we. You are they. But I'm tired of them twisting the we's and the theys, y'all. This is a they. What the we? We. Nah, bruh. That's on you, homie.
Make America as the best. Like, what is going on?
Speed going to Africa is way deeper than what you think it is. And I'll tell you why. So everybody growing up in the States, I can't speak for other countries, but people growing up in the States, you see Africa, especially as a kid, you see Africa as like some like desert with really primitive people just walking around with fucking spears and shit. But what Speed is doing, he's showing you all the cities and all this shit, and that it's more than that. And I'll say for me, fortunately for me, somebody was able to show me this shit early on. So I was able to recognize like, oh, so there's way more out there. But Speed is showing this shit in real time on a stream, showing you how this shit is. And he's getting more love down there than he was getting in Europe, where racism was born. So, all this shit is intertwined. It's way deeper than what you think it is. So I want to make a part 2, I can make a part 2.
So I guess it took Speed for the world to understand that Africa wasn't all dirt roads.
Stop. There go another one, fam, with some twisted dreads. Look at that. And that's Speed. Said Speed. He's with Speed. Fam, boy, they ain't going through it, boy. Get your stuff right. Look at that right there. Look at that. First off, when he went over to Europe and they were calling him all of those names, he didn't do nothing. He didn't say nothing, do nothing, fam. Just like, typical Africans and tethers do. Don't say nothing. And then, there's another thing, though, I want to show y'all. This same guy right here that we're talking about, let me show y'all. Y'all see what I'm saying about these tethers, y'all, and why you got to watch them? You got to watch the tethers. Because he'll go on there and he'll talk all this message about black this and black that and Speed did this. Let me tell you what that man is leaving out. I'm going to tell y'all right now. Look at this, fam. I'm going to show y'all this. Let this tether just babble. Notice this main factor with this guy. He's talking about how great Speed is and all that. Look what Black Alpha figured out. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. Look at this, fam. This is that guy right there. You see what he's talking about? He's talking about this, that, and the other thing, and Speed this and all this. Look, though, when you see this, man, something that he been out here doing, and he knows he's been doing it. So therefore, when I visited this man's page, let's just say this man's page had, voila. There you go, brothers and sisters. There you go. You see? You see why we don't be listening to these tethers talk, y'all? You see why we don't pay no attention? Pay these tethers no never mind. There you go, fam. Look at that. Talking to us about colonizers, and look who this man over there hanging with. Look at this. Look at this, fam. There you go. And he got videos with it. Look at this. Look at that, family. Yeah, he's a mayo dipper. He's a mayo dipper, y'all. There you go. So you got to watch who be these people telling us about our lineage, heritage, and culture because of that right there. Let me say this off rip. 99% of the tethers you see talking all of that go back to Africa stuff. They're mayo dippers. They love coming on over here and dipping in some mayo. The men love dipping in the women mayo, and then the men love dipping in the men mayo because y'all know they zesty tethers. So that's why everybody who pops up talking about Africa, talking about the diaspora, you notice they all got sketchy background. They're always saying something that's anti-American, anti-Black American, anti-lineage, anti-reparations. They got mayo all around them. They ain't like us, so we don't listen to them. That's part 2 to that, fam. If they not like you, don't listen to them. And that's why we sitting here looking at all these people. Yeah, he's not even a bunny hopper, okay? He's a bunny fleer. That's what he is. All right, he's a bunny fleer. I mean, damn. We just making up new stuff. We winning so much, man. We done ran out of great terms. Now we got a whole new line of great terms. He's a bunny, fleer, mayo dipper. Okay, and still ain't built his homeland. So you would think you would get your homeland right if you're doing all of that activity. But you know, tethers, activity don't really mean nothing to a tether because they do all of that and don't really go nowhere in the process. So you can see right now where tethers are, and it's nowhere. And you can see who they want to be next to, and that's the dominant society. And fam, they still are out there scamming, and they still got a hell of a lot of stuff that we know is BS. We've been calling it out, and we will continue to call it out because that's the FBA way. See, I got to say it like this, fam. One thing about this era is that we've been calling out everything, and we've been doing it very precise, and we really just don't care how people feel about it. You know what I'm saying? They can say whatever they want, but we really don't care. And why don't we care? Is because, again, everything is about us. You're in your homeland, brothers and sisters. This is your house. In your house, you do what you want to do. You don't go into your house and play by an outsider's rules. If somebody comes into your house, do they get to dictate what's for dinner? Do they get to dictate a damn thing? Nope. Now, I understand these people don't have houses, so they may not understand the logic behind that. But we have, we have homes, so we know exactly what it's hitting for. And speaking of what it's hitting for, they still got people coming out here trying to tell FBA that they love us. When all else fails, family, it's I love you, nigga. It's good, nigga, but I love you, nigga. Can you just please let me in? Fam, we've been dealing with the please let me in for the last 10 years heavily, and we still ain't opened the door. So that means we winning. But I want to show y'all this tether. This man done made a whole damn love video of us, fam. This man sitting there, he got a fire on the TV. He got his socks on. Watch this, fam. This man is like, we love you. We love you. IShowSpeed loves you. I love you. It doesn't matter because we only love ourselves, and it feels damn good too. Look at this, y'all. Tetherman number 3049. He sat down by the fire. Look at this, fam. That boy said, let it flee, let it flee, let it flee. He's probably over there listening to 21 Squirrels. He probably over there listening to You Can Find Me in the Mud Hut. I'll take you to the bamboo stick. Listen to him, fam. He's telling us in the perfect little setting, come home, nigga. Watch this.
I think I chanced on some videos this week where our brother IShowSpeed, one of my favorite streamers in America, going to Africa. I think the brother alone has solved 50% of this diaspora war going on. Because for some time now, anytime I open my TikTok, my Instagram, there is this back and forth diaspora or war going on between our African brothers and our Black brothers in the diaspora. Because people are now going to see Africa for themselves for the first time. So, hey, IShowSpeed, big ups, man. I'm so proud of you, and I'm happy to see you going to the motherland to showcase what our continent has to offer people. Because if there is one thing I know about Africans, growing up in Africa, we've got mad love for our Black American cousins. We've got mad love for our Caribbean cousins. Like, growing up,
Fam, is this zesty? Is this weird? Y'all see this, fam? Somebody said take a back. This man got the fire in the back. He like going on a date or something. Do you feel me? Don't you want to come play? No! Man, this is like the 15th fruit roll-up tether, y'all. My Black American cousins. Man, they out here doing infomercials.
Up in Africa, we've got mad love for our Black American cousins. We've got mad love for our Caribbean cousins. Like, growing up, I used to listen to hip-hop, the Tupac, the Jay-Z's. I used to watch all these Black American movies. They were my favorite movies. Aside all the Hollywood movies, I love Black American movies. I love Jamaican movies.
He said, whoa. He said besides what?
Favorite movies. Aside all the Hollywood movies, I love Black American movies. I love Jamaican movies. I listen to a lot of reggae and dancehall. I listen to, hip-hop, R&B. Dear Black American cousins. Me.
Sound like he said K-pop. Hold on.
American cousins. Me. I love you. Caribbeans, I dance or I listen to, hip hop, R&B.
I think he was trying to say hip hop, but it sounded like K-pop because he can't talk. Damn, enunciate, Mutombo.
Black American cousins. Me, I love you. Caribbeans, I love you. And I know Africa loves you. I think you should just go to Africa and experience the love for yourself. If there is one thing I know about Africans, I know they love Black Americans. They love Caribbeans. Trust me.
Stop, time out. I seen two things in the chat, boy. Y'all got me over here laughing. Somebody said, what's the name of his page? Tether Talks? And somebody else said, me no speak tether. Y'all see why we number one? Let's go.
Just sometimes you don't have to feed on things you see on the internet. Just go and experience it yourself. We love you. We love you. We love you. We've not got a single iota of hatred towards you. All I know is we love you.
Calm down on the love yous, Mutombo. Stop playing. Okay? Stop playing. You ain't FBA and you ain't a part of this FBA lineage. Yeah, pause. How many pauses? Boy, let me tell you something. These tethers are getting zestier and zestier, y'all. Damn. This is pause left and right. That man said he love you. That was like a damn dating website. Like, stop. No. This is not happening. I guess it's because they've been trying to date our FBA sisters and FBA sisters don't want their ass. So now they're trying to make dating videos. I don't know. I can't call it. But what I can call is ICE, get people deported. What I can call is my foundational Black American brothers and sisters, roast you. And what we can call is everything that's going to happen next. And we can call out a scammer when we see one. We can talk about fleers when we see them. I hope they don't know this, fam, because FBA's always let it be known, but I'm going to let it be known even further. We see through every tether. If you're a tether, I don't give a damn what your lie is. I don't give a damn what your homeland is. I don't care where you came from. Whatever the hell you coming up with today, whatever scam you working on, we see through you and all your scams because we know a tether when we spot one. And we are 100 out of 100 when it comes to calling out tethers. And ain't nobody going to escort no tether. Everybody's going to get packed up. Everybody's going to get grabbed and sent away. And family, they've been out here scamming something crazy. Remember how we were saying it's funny that when these people come to America, they always got anti-Black American hatred. But if they think a Black American's got some money, the first thing they do is they start jumping for joy. See, that's the thing with IShowSpeed. He goes over there to Africa and he's getting treated just like every celebrity. If you got money and you go to Africa, they treat you better than your average Black American. Not because they love you, brother, but because they want your money. If you go to a place with a backstabbing culture, ain't you going to get backstabbing? If you go to a place with tribalism, ain't you going to get tribalism culture? If you go to a place of international beggars, aren't you going to see some international begging? That goes back to our platform. Everything FBA says is right. And FBA, we see a tether every time. Watch this, y'all. Look at this right here. And I need you to follow me now. These were some regular people who went over there, and watch the way they start pressing up on them, y'all. Damn. This is what happens when you go over to Africa and they want your American money. Watch this.
I can't see it.
Go. Bless me, please. Bless me, Bonso. You go shut up. You go shut up. Bonso, please. Bonso, bless me. Look at
it. They're scaring the damn tourists. Fam, look at this. They savage, fam. They scaring the hell out the tourists.
I can't see it.
Go. Bless me, please. Bless me, Bonso. You go shut up. You go shut up. Bonso, please. Bonso, bless me. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Go shut up. You go shut up. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Bro, move on. Move on.
Look at this. Look at this, family. You can't make this up. This is real life. This is real footage right here. I'm only giving you what's happening. Look, this is real. These people are out there and they're running up on the tourists. They're scared the hell. Look at this guy in the back. He going full creepy, ain't he? Look at that one eye. Fam, he looks like the Tyrannosaurus on Jurassic Park. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. And it's the eye hits the damn window. Look at this. He going full T-Rex. What's really good? This is who they tell us that we need to connect to. This is who they say it ain't all's bad. It ain't that terrible. You scaring the tourists. Listen to the sisters. The sisters is like, here. And then they just start throwing things out the car. You know, when you start just throwing stuff, that means you are absolutely terrified. You're like, just take it. They don't got to just take it. Get away from me here. Just throwing food out the car. Really, though? Damn. Really, family? Really? This is where the hell they are with it? And yet they turn around and try to tell us about what's going on? Look at this. This man scared the hell out of them women. They don't know what's going on. Fam, is this where you want to take vacation to? I'm asking my certified foundational Black American brothers and sisters right now, do you want to take a vacation to a place where something like that is happening? Is this a good vacation destination? Is this a come home, brother? This don't look like a come home, brother. This looks like a stay home, brother. How about that one? How about stay home, brother? Because you're scaring the people. Let's make this clear, all right? It was always come home, brother, whenever Africans want something from us. And then it's akata jurir when they don't know what's going to happen next to them. Then it's, oh, you just a damn kata anyway. You see what we saying, fam? And let me say this as well. They've been always running around here trying to tell Black Americans, well, you don't really know what's going on in Africa because you're only getting the images that the W man gives you. You're only getting the images that they portray us in. I got two things to say to that, fam. No longer, brothers and sisters, allow somebody to tell you you don't know what's going on in anywhere on the planet Earth in the year 2000 and plus, okay? They're basically saying you dumb every time they tell you you still see Africa through the images of TV. We got to get over that one, okay? I'm looking at the images of Africa, and them images in Africa look exactly like what brothers and sisters are seeing when they go over there. Yep, that right there ain't AI. That right there is real. That right there is exactly what's happening. What you thought? You thought we needed the TV to know what y'all got going on over there? You thought we needed the TV to see? Brothers and sisters know what's going on Earth. You notice this, family? Anytime, this is another one of their scams that we be out here just snatching up. All they scams that we be out here just deleting. Y'all notice they always try to do this thing where Black Americans, we only know about Africa or Jamaica or Haiti through the TV. Like we ain't out here and like we ain't intelligent. Don't ever take that and just accept it. It's a way of somebody telling you that you're dumb. Black Americans know exactly what Africa looks like, Haiti looks like, and Jamaica. Family, do they understand that this is the technological world? Do they understand that every single city is specified? Do they understand that the images of life are at an all-time high? You can right now go get on the internet, y'all, and you can look at your damn neighborhood from a satellite in space. You still think Black Americans don't know what Africa look like? You don't need no damn TV to know what Africa looked like. You didn't need no Sally Struthers commercials. They almost talk like we're living in the Stone Age. These kids today know how to flip a computer inside out, rip it up, Google it. They got brands. You can get on anything and see satellite feeds. We know what Africa looked like. We just ain't going. We know what Africa looked like. It's just we right here. We know what Africa looked like. We just don't want no parts of it. How about that one? Quit trying to make it look like we just don't understand. Shit, we understand. We understand so good we ain't going over there. Because we see y'all fleeing out your damn country. Why the hell will we walk into it? Tell people all the time, if you went to a building and when you get to the front of the building, everybody in the building is jumping out of windows to get away from the building, are you still going to go inside? Or are you going to say, hell no? Africa, Jamaica, Haiti, and the whole diaspora, we know exactly what you look like. We know exactly what's going on over there. And you're not going to hit it with the Black Americans are just too dumb to know what's happening. We ain't relying on the images of TV to know. This is something called the internet. This is something called technology. We are living in the modern era. We ain't living in 1932. Isn't it funny they told us in 1932, black folks were so connected with Africa, but now we're not understanding what's happening in Africa? Or is it in 1932, we said we foundational black Americans, take your ass back home? And in 2020 plus, we say we foundational black Americans, take your ass back home. It sounds like you just don't like me saying take your ass home because I'm FBA. And since you don't like it, take your ass back home, I'm FBA. We know what's going on in the world. And then let me say this as well. To Africa. Africa, shouldn't you be able to control your own images? Family, let me ask y'all, is it the W man's fault for putting up images of Africa? Or is it Africa's fault that in this century, they don't control their own images? Let me tell you something. If you controlled your own images, it wouldn't matter what he did. You would outdo every single thing that he ever puts out if you controlled your own images. You think you're eating, you think you're flexing, but in reality, you're sounding foolish. I don't want to hear in 2020 plus that the images of your homeland, your continent, are being controlled to somebody else. I want to hear you say you control your images. We control ours. Black Americans control our images. How do you know? Because y'all over there trying to look like us. In Asia right now, they're trying to look like us. K-pop that we were just talking about is a cheap wannabe version of what we do. So we, as 50 million, probably about 60, foundational black Americans in America control our own images. You don't control yours. Don't come telling me the white man makes my images. It makes me look at you like, get your act together. Don't come telling me that he puts up about Africa. Why don't you put up about Africa? You got all the oil, all the minerals, all the resources. You got all the colonizers over there. Shouldn't Africa be controlling Africa's images? What are we going to do? Do this for another 100 years? Another 1,000 years? Family, in the year 3026, are Africans going to be complaining, saying, you guys only know about us because of the TV in America? How come you don't project your own images on your TVs in Africa? Because all your Africans come over here and they want to get down with what we're doing. It's all on you. You got to hold your own. Nobody cares about you begging. Nobody cares about the colonizer. Nobody cares about you not controlling your images. You think you sound like a good victim because you love playing victim. Let me tell you how the world hears all that. When someone says they've colonized us, we hear you are a victim. When they come and say we don't control our own images, they do. We hear you lazy. When we hear you say, well, we don't know what we are because he lied to us. Now you sound like someone who's a fool. You got to do for self. We do. See, what you're dealing with is the people who do for self and the people who cannot do for self. The people who cannot do for self, they always find themselves in that same damn position, don't they? And it's a position that foundational black Americans don't want nothing to do with because that ain't who the hell we are. So when you look, family, and you examine all of this, we're in control. Absolutely. It comes across primitive. We are in control of what foundational black Americans say, what foundational black Americans do, and foundational black American destiny. We're walking in our own destiny. And when I say walking in our own destiny, I put the emphasis on our own. And they don't have that. So what you're seeing now is everybody on the planet Earth is upset and everybody on the planet Earth is mad. Is because they can't get nothing. They can't do nothing. And foundational black Americans, we stay running the yard. That's the beautiful thing about being a certified, is that you can control whatever you do. Fam, notice we don't have excuse stories. Foundational black Americans, we be holding it down. And by the way, they talk about images, right? I just showed you this image. Let me ask y'all right now, if we're talking about images and we start talking about Africa and we start talking about the diaspora, there's an image that I need y'all to tell me which one is scarier. Because for every one of those, you got one of these. And what are those? What the hell? What the hell is going on over there? Family, is that picture right there or this picture right here, is it helping or hurting them staying in America and not getting deported? Is this helping your cause to stay here in America? Are Americans going to wake up and see that right there and say, they look like nice, great people? Let's extend their TPS. Is this picture right here going to help them stay? Or are these two pictures going to put them on the fast track of deportation? If you said fast track of deportation, then I tend to agree with you. What the hell was that? I don't know. You don't know. I don't even know if it knows. But what I do know is that you can bounce and FBA's out here arms folded up, living life, our best life to the maximum, and they can't handle it. And fam, they've been out here really hating, really upset, really broke down for a lot of reasons, messing up everything. Control your images, okay? Control your images and you might be able to stay somewhere for more than 1 week at a time. Maybe they kicking you out of every damn country because you ain't out there looking too accessible. But family, speaking of that, you know how we say black is beautiful and beautiful is always black. And you know how they don't like being black and they only want to talk about blackness whenever it revolves around us? Notice this, fam. These people don't want to be black until they can try to scam us. They don't want to ever be in America unless they can take from Americans because they hate on America all the time. So if that's the case, and then we pull that plug and delineate, then that's what it is, simple. But let me say this as well. One of the things that we've noticed, y'all, over the last few days is that these people have been so upset, so broke down, and so mad. And they was mad at your boy. Oh, they was mad at me. They was mad at Black Alpha. Because I put out a video that damn near went viral, okay? And in my video, I was telling everybody how it seems like all of these other countries are proud to get bombed. Family, we got to go there and we got to say this, and I got to break this down for you. Have y'all noticed that right now there's a common denominator and a common theme that all of these people all across the globe are all praying that America comes over there and bombs them? Have y'all noticed that? Tell me y'all have noticed that. It's 2026, family, and you're still watching all of these people begging the W to come over there and to bomb them. These are the same people who come over here. Remember, y'all, the same immigrants who come over here to America and practice anti-Black American hatred, these are the same people who are begging the dominant society to come and drop bombs on their house. You're seeing it now. The system of global supremacy and all of the system of global supremacy's minions and puppets. Let me tell you this, y'all. When you use the term immigrant, migrant, tether, can I tell you what that is? These are the people who have been globally conquered by the system of supremacy, all trying to find their way back to America to be next to the system that conquered them because they love them, their male master. I've been telling everybody for the longest, immigration is all about proximity to whiteness. That's all it's about. I don't want to hear about refugee status. I don't want to hear about a better homeland. I don't want to hear about seeking persecution or fleeing from persecution or whatever the hell. What it really is, you want to come back. I'm going to tell you like this. You have the planet Earth. You have the system of supremacy. The system of supremacy has went around this planet Earth and colonized all these people. Every single time one of these people get colonized, they want to flee their homeland so they can come over here and be next to the person that colonized them. That's what it's all about. When the borders are open, fam, it's bringing in all of the exported colonized people. America colonized the world. Europeans colonized the world, and now all those people want to come back to America. Yes, indeed. Basically, fam, colonization is like planting a seed. Colonization planted its seed in Africa, planted its seed in Jamaica, planted its seed in Haiti, planted its seed in all of the Latin countries. And all of those seeds that were planted are grown now, and they want to come and be next to their daddy. You only gonna get that from Black Alpha, and I'm only gonna say it just like that, family. Colonization ain't nothing but the W man planting his seed all around the planet Earth, and all those seeds grew up, and now they want to come back and live next to their long lost father. That's what it is. And then when they come over here to live next to their long lost father, they see that FBA's over here, and we looking like new money. And we built this thing. I built the house that your father wants to come into. So they don't really like us too much good because I don't like you neither. And we just going to be some non-liking each other MFers up in here. But the only difference is my non-liking you goes further because my non-liking you is right here in my homeland. And my non-liking you comes with, I don't give a damn about you because your clock is ticking and time is up, Tether. So this is what immigration is in a nutshell. Immigration is the European colonizers that colonized the world, and all of those people that were colonized are all running to go find where the Europeaners are. This is why they're running to Europe. This is why they're running to America. Who are the two main people that colonized the world? The American W man and the European W man. Where are the two places with the highest influx of migrants? America and Europe. Who are the main people who want to run to those places? Latinos, Caribbeans, Africans, Asians. Should I say more, family? Or do I rest my case because the point is proven? And everywhere they turn around, they see FBA. And our resistance to supremacy is like resisting their mommy and daddy. I told y'all, we preaching, we reaching, and doing all the teaching. So when you put all that on the line and you look at it, these individuals know exactly what it is. And let me tell you what it is. It's that foundational Black Americans are standing solid, standing on our square, standing exactly where we are and where we are, family. I wouldn't trade it in for the world because it's at the very damn top. And these people are so broke down that y'all know how we say Black is beautiful and beautiful is always Black. Family, do you know? This is what they say. They say Fufu is beautiful and they say free Jollof. So when we say Black is beautiful, free Huey, they say Fufu is beautiful, free Jollof. And they can't get no free Jollof because the W man has taken that over. So damn, you want to walk like a foundational Black American. You want to talk like a foundational Black American. You want to hate on a foundational Black American, and you're running around here trying to free Jollof. I don't know where Jollof is. I'm sure that Jollof is locked up in the village just like you about to be locked up in the village. I'm sure that Jollof is locked up and he ain't coming home. Well, guess what? Foundational Black Americans ain't got no capes neither. And since we ain't got no capes on, and we know how y'all get down, then the rest is all history, family. And that's the beautiful thing about it. And speaking of things being beautiful, as we are, as my beautiful foundational Black American brethren who are in the house tonight, y'all remember when that whole situation happened with Anthony Joshua and because we are certified Black society, the livest chat on the planet. Remember that we said that those tethers were out there and they probably had something to do with that Anthony Joshua situation and they were probably trying to scam him. Family, did you guys see this ended up coming out? Look at this, family. Anthony Joshua's uncle says bystanders stole AJ's phone when he was laying injured inside the car, and he also blasted the Nigerian government. Brothers and sisters, before I read the rest of that, family, how right are we going to always be? I mean, are we just always correct, family? I mean, I don't think we run around here and say we prophets, but damn, we be prophesizing. I mean, are we always correct? Do we always say things and everybody be like, that ain't true? A week later, 2 days later, 24 hours later, we right? Did we not say that there was some damn Nigerian scamming going on and they was running Anthony Joshua's pockets? Did you just see his uncle say the same damn thing, y'all? I mean, damn. They better start listening to FBA because FBA is always right. When they were supposed to help, you see them bringing out their phones to make videos and even steal from the victims. That's not right. We even heard Anthony Joshua's phone was stolen during the accident. Such attitudes must be discouraged. The police and other emergency responders should get the scene of the accident on time and cordon off the police. I want to condemn the lackadaisical attitude of our government towards everything and anything in an emergency. I see Anthony Joshua crossing the medium after the accident when he was supposed to be distressing. D-Zam. They robbed him. Absolutely. So basically, you got robbed. Okay. And he said he wants to discourage the attitude. Well, I don't want to discourage. I want to expose. I want to expose the backstabbing culture. I want to expose the tribalism. I want to expose the thievery, the international begging. I want to expose the please massa help me. I want to expose that you ain't a black American. I want to expose that you ain't even black. You a mop, melanated other person. I want to expose that y'all hate each other. I want to expose that you run each other out of the country. I want to expose why Africans can't go anywhere in Africa and handle their business. I want to expose why in Nigeria, they're begging Donald Trump to come over there and save them. Why, how come all the other countries in Africa don't just clean up their house? I want to expose the fact that you spend all day long hating on black Americans because we remind you of the failures that you have and that you are and that you will continue to be until you stand up, pop that WTK out your mouth and be a man or a woman or hyena or whatever. But whatever you do, just make sure you do it over there because we're going to be doing the same exact thing that we were doing in the beginning. That is winning. That is standing on business. That's being certified all the damn time. Extra special. Let me show y'all this as well since we exposing. And the exposing comes full speed ahead. Family, I told everybody about these people living in the dark. Yes, the hell I did. I told everybody we got our fly swatters out. Yes, the hell we do. Boy, they got a nice fly swatter right there, don't they? Hell yeah. Tell it how it is. But let me tell you something else that happened. I made a video the other day, and in my video, I started exposing how all of these people are out here, and they're hating on the fact that we're exposing them for loving the dominant society. Now, I don't know why they're mad that we are exposing them for loving the dominant society. I mean, they love the dominant society. Well, I got into it with this person, and they were saying, well, Black Alpha, you don't understand what's going on over in Africa. I said, I easily do. I got two eyes. I trust my own two. You guys are over there begging for the dominant society help. Well, this guy goes back and forth with me, and he says, you need to come to Nigeria. You need to see what's going on. You need to figure everything out. And I said, no. How come Africa doesn't insist on helping other Africans? Family, do you understand? If Africa and Pan-Africans just stood up, they can handle every single situation over there. Well, family, we come to find out that the person that was arguing back and forth with me, and shout out to my brother EJ. My brother EJ exposed this, that this guy right here, his name is Jed. Well, Jed's account is based in Nigeria. This was a Nigerian who was cosplaying an Arabic guy who was mad at me, the Black American guy, for just standing on business. You've been exposed. You've been exposed again. You see what we saying, brothers and sisters? Certified Black society. It's always sneaky. It's always undercutting. It's always begging. And it's always somewhere other than Africa. And that's why they're mad. And that's why we shining. Because we are where our feet are and we ain't never left. We are where we from and we standing solid. We are what we are and we always win. And when I tell everybody we always win, my good brothers and sisters, certified kings and queens, goddess and gods, you see, fam, they won't own up to nothing because they ain't got a real bone in their body. If you had a real bone in your body, you wouldn't be in the situation you in. Remember this, y'all. You could always tell about somebody how they think and how they operate based on the position that they're in. So meaning if you see somebody who's always being a swindler, that's the position they're in because that's who they are as a person. You see someone who's always scamming, that's the position they are because that's who they are as a person. And when you see a homeland of millions of people and they all are in the ruins, that shows you they're in the ruins based on that scamming, backstabbing, hating ass culture. They drinking on that haterade, but they still getting played. And family, we don't play about nothing we do. FBA always wins, and FBA wins in fashion. And I mean it. And this is the Renaissance era and a Renaissance generation where we doubling up and bringing it back. Let me show y'all this real quick. Okay, I want to highlight something real quick. And I very, very rarely do this, but y'all going to have to see this and walk with me now. Look at this, fam. This is a little note that came across my little timeline right here. And I'm going to show y'all if I can pull this up. Here we is. Hold on. Let me close that. Boom. Yes, indeed. Family, let me show y'all how serious and certified we are. And I don't ever really do this, but I'm going to have to. Look at this right here, family. I don't know who this is. If you in the chat right now, cool to you. I don't know you. It is what it is. Somebody wrote this, and I'm wondering, is this a tether? Someone said, I like Black Alpha. I just hope he doesn't turn into another egotistical Umar. Remember, Umar started telling us how he's the #1 activist. First off, I don't ever remember Umar saying that at all, but let me tell you what it really is and what it's hitting for. First off, family, when you start talking about certified foundational Black Americans, especially when you start talking about me, myself, and I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. I do this shit, okay? I've been out here on the front line of foundational Black American culture, lineage, heritage forever. I've always stood on certified business. And when you start seeing people trying to tie us into all of these outsiders, family, that's just another means of these people trying to crowbar our movement, all right? When they start saying, you sound like the leader, Tariq, you know what they're trying to do. When they say, where you get all that money, you know what they're trying to do. When they start bringing up Pan-Africans and they know we be shutting down Pan-Africanism, you know what they're trying to do. You see tethers, you watch tethers, and you witness tethers, and tethers can't get past FBA like I just said before. We see their ass before they even start popping off through their cricket busted ass teeth. Black Alpha done stood in front of the feds, ATF, Secret Service, stood in front of gunfire, all this to report. Black Alpha been on the scene of a crime where it was a mass unaliving, and I stood right there on the yellow tape. Black Alpha traveled all the way into the country down a long back road for an hour to go report on a little Black American boy that was unalived in a sand pit, surrounded by a hell of a lot of houses with a hell of a lot of supremacists who got shotguns in them. And I sat there for the lineage just to report. Black Alpha do this. Dr. Umar don't do this. No, I am the #1 activist because you know one thing about me? I don't play the game to be #2. I tell everybody, I make no bones about it. My dream is to go down with the best of them. My dream is to go down with the top tier. I never wanted to get involved to be basic. I don't know how to do anything regular. That's my FBA Mujar spirit. You play to win the game. So damn right I'm the #1 activist. And you show me somebody out there that resume match mine and we could talk. I used to be the regular guy. Now I'm the megastar. But guess what? The difference between me and everybody else, when I step with the whole family. This is what we do, fam. On this channel, we will show pictures of people and your family, your grandparents, post them up. We show videos of people who have been unalived and we send prayers to them. I've had people send me pictures of their loved ones that have passed away. And we sit there and we give them tributes. You want to talk about Angie Stone. You want to talk about D'Angelo. You want to talk about our great brother, Black Voltron, who I knew. We always represent and move as one. That's how we do. We done changed the game. We move the game forward. And ain't nobody going to pull us backwards, family. So damn right, we going to be brash and bold. Damn right, I'm going to tell you I'm the #1 goddamn activist. Yep. And I do this for the whole foundational Black American family. And I've been around this whole damn country waving that FBA flag. And ain't no scam African can compare to what we doing right here, family. We put our soul in this. What my man say? He said, yeah, when you go out there, some people look like him, but more people look like you. I pride myself in being the people's champion. I pride myself if my brother hits me up and says, hey, can I come on the show? Come on the show. I came to my brother's church. I went to my brother's church like an hour before the show because I respect that brother. Come on down. If my sisters hit me up and say, hey, Black, I got some information. Half the stuff that you see are things that y'all have hit me up with that I push forward on the show because this is about the streets. These are about the people. I remember a time when the Black empowerment movement was stale. It was old. It was dingy. A lot of our old leaders back in the old days, thought leaders, they ended up, what happened to them? What ended up happening to the pillars in the movement, family? I'm the one who came into the game. And if y'all notice, I'm the one that came out and said, no, we're going to do this regular. There ain't no attachments to us. That's why we shine so good, family. You know what I'm saying? We shine because we're going to take this to the next level. They can try to target us with everything, but let me say this. Y'all know I'm the one that came in and said, yo, we're going to have roasting time. We're going to have praising time. We're going to break down right here. You're going to laugh on the Black Alpha Network. You're going to cry on the Black Alpha Network. We done had a hell of a lot of tears. I met a lot of people here in person. Shout out to my sister, Angelica Lena. Beautiful sister. Met her personally. Okay, we are the people. So if you talk about Black Alpha, you talking about all the certified Black society, every last one of us. We started off that we gonna be a movement for the streets of Black America. When I say streets, I'm not talking about gangsters. I'm talking about there's a concrete street on every single block in this country. We represent every single piece of concrete up in here. You want to talk about Louisiana, you want to talk about Alabama, you want to talk about California, you want to talk about New York, you want to talk about the bright lights in the big city, the Rocky Mountains, the plains, you want to talk about the desert, you want to talk about the tropics, you want to talk about whatever. You see my background right now. Look at the background. Certified Dirty South. Because we certified everywhere we go. I'm the person who came in the game and said, no, listen, we're going to braids out. We're going to look like this. We're going to talk like this. Y'all remember back in the day, everything used to be prim and proper. Well, you know, the white man came to get us today. And if we just put our money and our economics for it, everybody was like they were in a documentary. I was a person who came and said, no, we're going to come in. We're going to be ourselves. If we mess up, we mess up. But we're going to be real. And we're going to come with it. And we're going to step to the world, family. We're going to say what we feel. And we're going to do what we want to do. The movement needed an attitude shift. It needed an energy change. Y'all remember from my day ones, my sister Angelic, I used to sit up in here and I would have the beats playing in the background because I'm going to walk down the street and I'm going to meet that 19-year-old brother who may not relate to somebody with a suit and tie and talking all proper. He going to say, nah, bro, what are you saying? I appreciate that. How do I know? When I went to DC, I met a hell of a lot of young folks. What blew my mind was that the people who were in their 80s and their 70s, all the way down to people who were in their teens, and they said, Black, you good. Come to the streets. We got you. You walk the streets. After the rally in DC, I walked the streets for like 3 hours. It was meeting people like, what's up? I am the people's champ. The man of the people will always be that goddamn way. Don't let none of these people trying to make it look like we need to be something other than who we are. Family, be yourself. If you talk with a Texas accent, talk with that damn accent. You got that Baltimore accent. Sound like y'all got a couple rocks and y'all chewing on rocks. I love it though. Talk with it. If you Louisiana and you got the baby, the water, talk with it. Be your FBA self. Don't be nobody else, family. And that's how we are. We represent the people all the damn time, family. Ain't nothing prim or proper. It's real. All right. This got to be like we sitting at the table at a family reunion. There's a lot of people who are loved. I believe I'm beloved. Okay. And God has put me in the position. I think about this all the time. God put me in the position to be able to talk to my brothers and sisters and to bring an attitude that we desperately needed and to speak to people and to heal people. Okay. So if you got a problem with us, you got a problem with God. You need to take that up with yourself. Ain't no damn Dr. Umar, ain't no Pan-African. This FBA, I'm going to always be the number one activist, the voice of the people until it's all over. And I promise you without a doubt in my mind, there will be a kid 50 years from now, his parents aren't even born or her parents aren't even born. And they will watch me and they will study things I said and they'll take small pieces of what I said and they'll put it into their own personality and they will change the world in their time frame. I promise you that will happen without a shadow. I promise you I will be a legend without a shadow of a doubt. And let me tell you something. When I was putting in work and I was on the grind and I was doing everything that I had to do, family, let me tell you one of the people that was the first person. Because I'm going to tell you, when a lot of people don't even know, when I was in Jacksonville, I don't know, I got a lot of new people, fam. But when I went to Jacksonville, when I had that little hate crime situation that I went to and reported on, a lot of people don't even remember. How many of y'all remember that? If you remember it, give me a certified salute. Y'all know I wasn't even supposed to be there. I was down there doing a job and helping somebody out that was trying to get their keys to move. I went down there to go help somebody, a Black American. I went to go help a Black American woman who's a friend of mine. I go down there to go help her move. When we moved the last piece of furniture, I get a phone call that says 15 minutes up the road, 3 Black folks were slaughtered by a supremacist. Family, had they got their keys one day later, I wouldn't have been there. I wouldn't have been there. Okay. I was there for a reason, to report and to give everybody the real one. And that moment changed my life forever. Forever. It's one thing, fam, when someone watches Malcolm X, they just watch him. Someone watches Huey Newton, they just watch him. When I watch them, I understand that as a grown-ass Black American man right now, I'm walking in the path that they walk through. This is different, and I enjoy it. The dreams and the spiritual stuff that comes to you when you in this work and you really putting your heart on the line for the people, it's crazy. Fam, Malcolm X done came to me in my dream, knocked on my damn door, and I sat down and talked to him. The ancestors talk to me. And I've had people write me and say, hey, Ben, I've been depressed, and you took me out of my depression. That means a lot to me. I had people tell me, hey, brother, he said he buried his mom. He said, Black, I buried my mother. Please have a good show. I said, on everything I love. All right. I had a brother tell me ever since he started listening to me, he got invested and his business went up. I had an 18-year-old brother hit me up. A 15-year-old young lady hit me up. Okay. God works through us. My brother Church was in here today. We didn't even know it was 1 year ago. I just hit him up out the blue. Trust me, God works through us. So when all of that happened in Jacksonville, fam, and I went to go report everything, I promise you, I wasn't supposed to be there. And it changed my life forever. Those 3 souls, okay, and about 4 and 5 other people that were there, I'll always be indebted to them. Them and the young brother, Noah Bush. I'm indebted to them forever, family, because me being on spot and reporting for them, it changed my life. And let me tell you something. When I got back from Jacksonville, mind you, and I'm there, listen. I'm in the deep south of Florida. They still lynch Negroes down there. And this is a hot summer night, and there's not someone who robbed a store. There was a massive unaliving where they wiped out 3 people with a supremacist. The ATF is there, the FBI is there. And I'm on the front line of the yellow tape. It don't get no more real than this. You goddamn right I'm number 1. And when I got back, after I reported on everything, and you be in the deep south where they lynch people, okay? Everybody want to talk about that. You be there at nighttime on the yellow tape when literally there's a mass unaliving, all right? And then you see all the people who want to do the same to you, but you right there standing on 10 toes. And you know what the crazy thing is? I had over 100 people hit me up and say, Black Alpha, what do you need? And people were writing me and they were saying, hey, we got you, okay? That's what they were saying. So you add all of that up, family, and then when I got back to the crib, do you know the first person that brought me on the platform to talk about it was my brother Tariq Nasheed. You damn right. Soon as that happened, my brother Tariq had hit me up, brought me on, and allowed me to report and speak about all of that situation. And then Tariq brought me on to come and speak at the rally. That's why I'm always going to have love for that brother. And that brother put it on the line. I put it on the line, as well as millions of other people put it on the line. And I hope people understand when we say that we do this for everybody, we do it for everybody. And when I say I'm the number 1 activist, 1 means one of a kind. One of a kind means the whole damn lineage. So we can pack 60 million of us certifieds all in one movement. That's how we get down. So remember that, y'all. Remember that every single time there's going to be somebody from somewhere who's trying to get Black Americans to not be with it, but we stay with it. So certified salute to all my brothers and sisters. Shout out to my brother Tariq. Shout out to everybody who's out there, because we got to build this movement and we got to move collectively. We got to hold it down. And you know what? Let me tell you this as well. I love being the people's champion. I love doing it for the people. I love God using me to speak to my brethren. I love it with a passion. I wouldn't change it for the world, y'all. I used to walk down the street. Before I found my way, I used to listen to Erykah Badu. Y'all listen to a song. It's called Times Are Wasting. And she says, time is wasting, okay? And she said, keep on drifting. You never know where you may land. I used to listen to that song every single day back when I was just a regular person. Now I'm the man. So it hit it even deeper, and it feels even stronger. Let me show y'all this right here, though, fam. This right here is a prime example of what I mean when I say foundational Black Americans run this damn yard. When foundational Black Americans is holding it down, and we represent for the whole certified team. Before I proceed, fam, let me tell you this. We all be down sometimes, but as low as we've been down, as high as we gonna go, okay? So if you're down for the moment, no matter what it is, you're gonna be back. You FBA. Know that. If you a foundational Black American, you already good. I'm telling you, just believe in yourself, continue to do it. What's the old saying, fam? Don't give up, because right before you give up, that's probably right before you were about to make it. All right. And you're going to always make it, because we succeed in everything we do. Everybody talk about this, that, and other thing. Fam, FBA succeeds in everything we do, even when they don't give us an opportunity. We do it. So like Erykah Badu said, family, keep on drifting. You never know where you may land, but I promise you this, you're going to land on top. All right. I used to think that all the time when I was just a regular person. You know what I'm saying? But now I'm the number 1 activist, megastar, and it feels so damn good. Let me show y'all this real quick. This is what I mean when I tell everybody that we are number 1 and we get it done. Look at this. Family, been telling everybody where we from, and now they got to listen.
You ever told that your family came from Africa?
No.
As far as you can remember, all your family is from where?
Beaumont.
Beaumont. So far, all your family that you know of is from Texas.
Yeah, right.
You never known you was from Africa. Like nobody ever told you that, right?
No.
Right. But kind of along history, we've been told that our family, our ancestors was enslaved, that they came from Africa, that they was brought on a ship over here from Africa.
Yeah, I know it's a story. So maybe that's all right.
Yeah, it's a story. Like they teach that in school, so people know that's being a fact. Like you said, you never was told you were from Africa. So we was like, wait a minute, we may not be from Africa. Maybe we was already here. But what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, if you wasn't born or raised in Africa, you know, I don't know no ancestors. They just from Africa. So
Right. And like I said, your mama or mother never told you that we were from Africa. Right. So that's what a lot of people, especially my age, were asking our grandparents about our history. And a lot of them are saying something very similar, that they were never taught about Africa.
that's right. Never.
So we may not be from Africa, be from here,
I think we are from Texas
America.
Okay, right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not African, no.
Woo! You can't make it any more clear than that. She said, right here from America, not Africa, not anywhere. This is foundational Black American land, y'all, and we're so interconnected. Do you want to know why we sit down and we feel vibrations and frequencies when we're not even thinking about it? It's because you're hardwired. You're plugged in, y'all. You know why I could sit there and see one of my brothers and sisters and I could feel where you coming from? It's because we hardwired, y'all. We are a family. We are certified. We do belong to each other, and we belong to this landmass right here. Oh, it's over. The jig is up. Games is over, fam. It's now. It's real. This is our time. This is our time. This is the FBA era. FBA generation, the Renaissance, the reparations generation, everything that's great encompassed in one, and we moving along, y'all. It is a beautiful time to be alive. We tip our hat to all the brothers and sisters that did not get the chance to be here to see this moment. However, they are watching this moment. They just got a different seat in the house, y'all. They watching from the balcony and they smiling up there, and we smiling right back at them. Notice what the brother said. He said, people my age. Notice that we starting to get grandmas. How many videos have we shown, y'all? We pulling up with the footage of grandma talking. See, we didn't have that back in the day. We couldn't necessarily do that as much as they can do now. Taking advantage, winning. They're showing, hey, grandma, where we from? Hey, grandpa, where we from? And they say, oh, we from right here. You can't debate. You can't explain. You can't apologize. Nothing. It is what it is. We're showing everybody that we are stronger than ever and we're interconnected. They were talking about intraracial, damn that, interlineage, foundational Black Americans. The elders are telling people who are our age in the middle that we are foundational Black Americans. We are telling the generation after us that they are foundational Black Americans, and they telling people after them. They never wanted this to happen. This has everybody scared and petrified. You want to know why every day there's a new hater and every day that hater's getting a fly swatter? Is because they sitting here watching us win and it's got them scared. You want to know why you hear people babbling and ranting while we roast them? It's because we got them afraid. Black Americans being on code is the most powerful thing in the known universe. Said it, meant it, 100. Why is it like that? Because you can't be through what we've been through and not make it out to be exceptional. If you've been through what we've been through and you go through it the way we go through it and you still walk out and you still shining, damn, what does that say about you? They can't do that. So add up all the young people, add up all the old people. And like I said in Washington, D.C. on stage at the rally, I told everybody the difference between now and then, this is not a generation based on age. No. It's a generation based on being on code. And the code is the leader. So they can hate all they want, but we going to shine all we want. And that is forever. So certified foundational Black Americans, y'all, we standing on business. And let me tell you something. The ice is starting to melt. Yes, the hell it is. That sun is starting to whip right back around and it's starting to shine. All them flowers are starting to blossom. Uh-huh. And y'all notice that same damn thing is playing out with us? Y'all notice that? Y'all notice, right? Foundational Black Americans, we got a spark. We got a vibe right now. There's a look in the eye of Black Americans when you see them, and it's a look of we ain't playing. It could be a grandma, and you look at grandma, and grandma will be like, I'll tear this up. I'll set it off up in here. And she will. You see, the baby's got a certain step, a certain vibe. It's hard to explain, family. You just feel it. You just feel it in your soul. You feel it in the morning. You feel it when you're walking. You feel it when you're talking. But you feel it the most when we sit here together, y'all, and talk to each other. That's why I always tell people, family, I never thought that I would live forever, But I'm here now to see my foundational Black American energy live forever. And it lives amongst all of us together. So if you can put together both of these things of out of the blue that they didn't expect to happen, but they both simultaneously pop up, damn. So we all living forever, family. And the baton is being passed on to the next era. And we just carrying on what we've always carried on. That's that we different, that we separate, that we strong. Remember, y'all, we're not telling people we different. We're enforcing it. And this is what it is. It's an era of enforcement. It's an era of exceptionalism. And it's an era of passion. Passion for one another. Passion for your brother. Passion for your sister. Passion for that whole FBA family tree. And see, unlike them, family, we don't take them leaves in the bush and wipe our ass. No, we see the bushes and we see the trees and we got every branch and it all represents the same family, y'all. Call it a lineage if you want, but that lineage is a family. And our family together regulates together. That's why we will live forever. Love y'all, man. Certified salute. Black Alpha Network fam, another one down. We continuing. Fire, bringing the smoke. Appreciate all of you guys. One love to the chat. Number one chat on the planet. Let me tell you something. Number one chat in the world. Number one chat. Other people do their shows and they don't even talk about the chat. It's like, hey, what's up, Marquise? Hey, what up? Y'all notice this, fam. It's the chat. The news breaks in the chat. The stories get told in the chat. The jokes come in the chat. Hell, when I'm done with the show, I'm going to watch the chat. I watched the whole 4 hours of the chat. There's no better place to be than in America. And there's no better people to be with than my certified Black society, which means every last one of you guys. So when I say I love y'all at the end of every broadcast, it ain't just love. It's I love you with a passion. Certified salute, y'all. Y'all stay good. Y'all stay safe. Y'all stay vigilant. And unlike everybody else, family, we out here winning in real damn time. Let it be known, okay? Black Americans are always on top. No matter what these people want to say, no matter what they want to do, they can hate on us all they like. They can continue to hate. Matter of fact, let me show y'all this real quick while we here. Let me show y'all. That's what we doing. That's what we doing, everybody. Everybody, let me go ahead. I'm going to give y'all 10 seconds. 10 seconds, I want y'all to screenshot that right there. Go ahead. I'm going to be quiet. Screenshot that and remember it. Starting now. Back like we never left. You already know. Family, y'all stay good. Y'all stay safe. Y'all stay vigilant. And always remember, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, that certified foundational Black is beautiful. And beautiful is always Black. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Free Huey.
Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.